Hi, Councillor Joe. It's the clerk in the chamber. Can you hear me? Councillor Bly, can you hear us in the chamber?
Yes, hi Leslie, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. We can hear you as well. And Councillor Joe, are you able to hear us?
Yes, Leslie, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the public hearing of June 13th, Vancouver City Council 2024. If I can ask all councillors to turn their video on, please, because we are barely exactly at quorum with 6, if we can get all the cameras on. And then we can begin. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think we still need one camera turned on for those councillors that are online, please. Okay, great. All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to City of Vancouver public hearing for June 13th, 2024. And before we begin, I just want to remind council that we are extremely tight and we just have quorum exactly. So we will need all councillors to keep their videos on, please, and to remain in the chamber until we have the councillors that are able to join us. Okay, so I will now call the public hearing of Thursday, June 13th, 2024 to order. A reminder that this meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means, and as such, council members may participate in person or electronically, as I mentioned. For council members that are participating electronically, please ensure that your video is turned on and let the clerk know if you leave the meeting for the purpose of confirming quorum. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, you must enable your video to confirm quorum. If council members attending by electronic means lose your connection during any portion of this hearing, we will recess the meeting until the connection is restored. If council members lose connection during the voting process, staff will do their best to get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. And contact information has been circulated to you. Members of the public can view proceedings via the live stream and YouTube link, which is posted on X at Van City Clerk. And I want to start us off tonight in a good way by acknowledging that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, for which we are grateful for their care of this land and our continued relationship in working together with them as we build and continue to build our great city. In the event of an emergency, hopefully not, but just in case where we might need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors in front of me and also to the left. If the exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in the chamber. I always feel a bit like airline staff when I do that. Please use the stairs and not the elevator. If you require accessibility assistance, remain at your location and wait for security staff to help guide you. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside the council chamber. And lastly, I want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of our City of Vancouver staff, who work hard every day to help make our place an incredible place, our city, I should say, an incredible place to live, work, and play. So, Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Acting Mayor Kirby Young in the chair. Mayor Sim is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Carr is present. Councillor Dominato, not here at the moment. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Boyle's on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Montague is absent. Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Meisner. Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Acting Mayor Kirby Young.
Thank you very much. Okay, some other quick announcements. A reminder, the public may participate in person at this public hearing by phone or submitting your written comments to Mayor and Council. All speakers will have 5 minutes to make your comments. Please focus those comments on the merits of the report that is being considered tonight. And clarify if you are, and state if you're in support or opposed to the recommendations. If you are speaking on behalf of 4 or more persons or groups, including the speaker, you'll have 8 minutes to speak if those that are represented confirm that they're either with you in person or on the line and must not be individual speakers themselves. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along again at Van City Clerk on X for the progress of the meeting so you don't miss your turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be submitted in writing through our online Mayor and Council public hearing feedback web form. That link is also available on social. I want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders, and remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, please avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to people by their first and last name, role, or title. A reminder to Council that your role at a public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means that you are only to consider the merits of the rezoning application or the heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice from staff, but should save debate for after the close of the speakers list. And then after hearing from speakers, you have the option, Council, to approve the application in principle or to refuse it. Or the third option is to refer the application to staff for final or for further consideration. If for any reason the Council does not conclude the proceedings this evening, we have a reserve date next Tuesday, June 18th at 3 p.m. Okay, so that out of the way, our first rezoning this evening is item 1, which is 988 West 32nd Avenue. And before we begin, does any member of Council wish to declare a conflict? Okay, seeing none. I will note that we have no speakers for this item, so it is the prerogative of Council to read the presentation, if you want to think about that. But meanwhile, I will ask the clerk to read the application and the summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by B Squared Architecture, Inc. to rezone 988 West 32nd Avenue from R1-R1 Residential District to RM-8A Multiple Dwelling District to permit a townhouse development with a maximum floor space ratio of 1.20. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. No correspondence has been received on this application since it was referred to public hearing.
Great, thanks very much. So this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to talk to Council can call toll free at 1-833-353-8610. followed by participant code 1061445 before close of the speakers list, and the phone number is also available on X and the live stream. There's an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers that can be added at the end of the registered speakers list. We now have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application, if that is the will of council. And again, this has no speakers registered, so council could opt to waive the presentation at their discretion.
Chair,
Mr.
I move
Meisner.
that we-
Move to waive presentation, please.
I'll
Okay.
second that, Chair.
Seconded by Councillor Klassen.
Present. Yep.
Thank you. If that audio is better, we can hear you better now. All in favor? Hearing none opposed? Okay. So we waived the presentation. The applicant has the opportunity to speak to the application. If you'd like to do that at this time.
Nothing to add or say. We'll just let it proceed as usual. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Does council have any questions either to staff or the applicant team, noting this is the only opportunity for you to ask questions of the applicant? Okay, seeing none. This is our second call for speakers. Again, if there are any speakers for this item, call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 before close of the speakers list. And that number, as mentioned, is available on social and the live stream. Or that you can alternatively come forward to the podium. Do we have any speakers on the line, clerks?
No speakers on the line at this time.
Okay, I'm going to call a third and final time for speakers to the toll-free number 1-833-353-8610, participant code 1061445 And we will now take a 5-minute recess to allow time for any additional speakers, and we will come back at 6:19. Thank you. Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome back. We'll now reconvene on item 1 for tonight's public hearing. We do not have any additional speakers on the line, so therefore, the clerks have confirmed, so now I'm closing the speakers list. And seeing as there are little or no public comments received after 5 p.m. today, I'm going to close receipt of public comments also. So does the applicant have any closing comments at this point?
Not at this point, thank you.
Staff, do you have any closing comments?
No closing comments.
Thank you. And council, do you have any questions for staff? I am not seeing any. Okay. Council will now make the decision on the application, and I'm looking for a mover on the recommendation. Moved by Councillor Meiser,
Second.
seconded by Councillor Joe. Is there any debate? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to take us to the vote.
Clerks, could I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Yes, Councillor Dominetto. Thank you. Does Councillor Dominetto have her video on? Councillor Dominetto, you do need to have your video on to vote. Great, thank you. And Councillor Carr, we haven't registered your vote yet. Sorry, we do have a protocol that if there's a technical difficulty during the voting process, we will suspend. So I'm just going to take a moment to ask Councillor Carr if she can hear us. Councillor Carr? If you can you look up and wave? Okay. Since we are in the middle of a vote, we will take a moment, see if we can connect with Councillor Carr. So if I can ask everybody for your patience for a minute, please.
Can no one hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Councillor Carr. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Councillor Carr?
Councillor Carr,
think
can you
that's the
wave your
issue.
can you wave your can you wave your hand for me if you can hear us?
Big
Okay,
hand.
I think we're going to have to take we're going to take a few minute recess to see if we can address the technical issue.
Okay. You can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, we're going to take a short recess now. And if
I'm
I
seeing
get the
heads now.
clerks, thank you. We're going to, clerks can email Councillor Carr and we'll take this offline for three or 4 minutes and get this sorted out. Thanks.
It's not possible for me to participate.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks, everybody. We're going to resume. So just to remind everybody where we were, we had just taken us to a vote on item 1, which is our rezoning for 988 West 32nd Avenue. I believe most councillors have voted. If you have not, if you can do so now, please.
I'm sorry, just one sec. Can you, if you could hold for 1 second, I'd appreciate it. I'm sorry because my screens have changed with the help. Oh, could you just do a vote assist in favor for me, please?
Yes, Councillor Carr, we have that. Thank you. Have the vote? I'm not seeing anything. Nope, it's not, nothing's coming up. Okay, everybody, that has passed with none in opposition and Mayor Sim, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Montague absent. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we'll now move on to our second rezoning on the docket tonight, and that is CD1 rezoning for 1026 1108 West 41st Avenue. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will now ask the clerk to read the application and the summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Marcon Developments Limited to rezone 1026-1108 West 41st Avenue from R1-1 Residential Inclusive District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story, 164-unit community care facility, a floor space ratio of 3.36 and a height of 26.2 meters, with additional height for a rooftop amenity space are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendations. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing, and that's 7 pieces of correspondence in support. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great. Thanks very much. This is my first call for speakers, and any speakers for this item who wish to talk to council, please do so by calling toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061-445# before close of the speakers list, and that number is available on X and the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added at the end of the registered speakers list. And we now have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability to present the application. Hi there.
Thank you. Just confirming you can see the presentation.
Yes, we can.
All right, good evening, Acting Mayor and Council and members of the public. As mentioned, I'm Lex Dominiak, the rezoning planner managing this application for a community care facility in the Oak Ridge neighborhood. The site is located on the south side of 41st Avenue between Montgomery and Oak Streets. It is comprised of 6 parcels stretching west along 41st Avenue and is currently developed with 6 single detached houses. With one of the site's 6 existing rental tenancies eligible under the tenant relocation and protection policy. The site to the north across 41st Avenue is zoned CD1 and is occupied by the 2- and 3-story Louis Breyer Home and Hospital, and is also eligible for larger forms under the Canby Corridor Plan and was considered as part of a policy inquiry process last spring. The site across the lane to the east of the subject site is currently zoned C1, but was recently approved for rezoning for a mixed-use development featuring 17 and 25-story towers over a 6-story podium. Properties to the south and west are currently zoned R11 and are developed with single detached houses. The R11 properties along 41st and 42nd Avenues are eligible for rezoning under the secured rental policy for 4- and 6-story developments. The site is also in close proximity to the future Oak Ridge Transit Center, which is nearly 1 block away, which received rezoning approval for buildings ranging in height from 3 to 26 stories, and will also include childcare facilities and a public park. Also in proximity is the Jewish Community Center site, which has received rezoning approval for 2 residential towers of 24 and 26 stories, and a 9-story private community center. This map highlights some of the amenities and services in the area. The site is along the R4 rapid bus route and within 1 kilometer of the Oak Ridge 41st Avenue Canada Line station. It is also in close proximity to Montgomery Park, Oak Meadows Park, and the under construction Oak Ridge Center, which in addition to housing will include a park, community center, library, and performance space. The application is being considered under the rezoning policy for social housing, seniors housing, and institutional, cultural, and recreational uses, or IRP for short. It replaces the original enabling policy for this area, the Arbutus Ridge, Carysdale, and Shaughnessy Community Vision. The policies contained in the new IRP are consistent with the original vision policies, particularly in allowing for the consideration of rezonings for institutional uses and seniors housing. The proposal before you tonight is for a community care facility, which is an institutional use within the zoning and development bylaw, defined as the use of a premises operated by a licensee under the Community Care and Assisted Living Act of BC. The proposal, received in May of last year, seeks to rezone from the underlying R11 zoning to allow for a 164-unit community care facility with a floor area of just over 149,000 square feet and an FSR of 3.36. The proposed 6-story development would be built over 1 level of underground parking. A virtual question and answer session was held for the project from October 4th to 23rd of 2023, with 28 pieces of correspondence received. Comments in support included a sentiment that in delivering a seniors care facility, the application would help address a critical need in our city. There was also some support for the location and design of the building. Public concern related primarily to a feeling that the site and design of the proposed development would be incongruent with the existing neighborhood, and that traffic and parking would be negatively impacted. In response, staff note that the 6-story building adheres to the interim rezoning policy's permitted height maximum, and the proposal includes a step back above the 4th level to minimize the scale and improve the building's relationship with the surrounding homes. Also, to minimize the building's apparent length, it has been broken up into 2 forms. Regarding traffic, engineering staff have reviewed the application and identified that the proposed development and use would not generate a significant amount of new traffic. Furthermore, engineering conditions have been developed to improve road safety for all users. These include street, intersection, and lane upgrades, and an 8-foot dedication along 41st Avenue. Given the institutional use proposed, the application is subject to a fixed-rate institutional CAC. The CAC, combined with the expected DCLs and public art contribution, would result in a total public benefits valued at just over $4.9 million. In conclusion, staff support this application for a community care facility as proposed under the interim rezoning policy, subject to conditions in Appendix B. Thank you very much. Staff and the applicant team are here to answer any questions.
Great. Thanks very much to staff. And before we go to questions, is the applicant team here to speak to the application? Would you like to do so? No? Waiving your presentation? Okay. Okay, Council, this is an opportunity for you to ask questions of either staff or the applicant team, noting this is the only chance to ask the applicant at this point. And I see we have Councillor Klassen first. Go ahead, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Klassen, I believe you're on mute.
Sorry. This is a question for the applicant, and thanks to you, Chair. I just wanted to find out, we've seen similar projects brought forward by the Amica company here. Does this particular building have some of the same systems to deal with airflow that we were kind of presented with on the other application further down 41st Avenue that created a bit more building height. Are similar kind of construction involved in this project?
Good evening. The systems and the requirements are ultimately a function of the health and well-being and the air quality targets that we have for these types of buildings. There are minor differences in heights from application to application, just depending upon the context of the site, but they all have the same fundamental mechanical systems.
So those mechanical systems, I know, again, are really important. We learned a lot from the experience during the pandemic that pure air is extraordinarily important, especially in facilities with elderly people. So those same kind of systems are being applied in this. It sounds like that they're being applied in the same way that they were in a previous application.
Correct, and really what it comes down to is specific mechanical criteria when it comes to air filtration and air exchange rates, and designing the mechanical system to meet specific performance targets as set by ASHRAE.
Again, another question for the applicant. You've brought forward an enormous, I would sort of say I probably have seen on the order of 3 or 4 developments for similarly for community care in the city. What is your projected waiting list looking like, and with either facilities that are already open or expected demand for some of the ones that are being built?
Good evening, Councillor. Thank you very much for the question. Our current continuums of care, which are the same model that is being proposed this evening before Council, the occupancy is 100%. We have 4 of them in the Lower Mainland. And, we have 3 of them in BC and, 4 of them in BC and 3 of them in the Lower Mainland. And they are at 100% occupancy with wait lists that are spanning from 6 months upwards to 2 years already. The projections, if we're looking at the 3 projects that are currently approved, we could house approximately 1,863 seniors over the course of 10 years. Now, we've discussed at length before the need that's before the city, particularly in the west side. In 2.5 years, you're going to be looking at seniors aged 75 and up. You're looking at a total population of 10,000. So all I can say, Councillor, is that there's not going to be any difficulty filling our continuums of care based on the trends that we're seeing already.
Thanks very much. And my only other question is, we've seen a number of these new housing developments come on to arterial streets. I realize that you often have to develop where the land and the land assemblies are practical and available. Is there been any effort to try and find places where these could be built off of the arterials in our city?
Certainly, but I would say one of the advantages too with the main arterials has to do with public transit, because approximately 80% of our team members use public transit, so it's efficient, and it's an efficient use as well too for family members, other friends, visitors wanting to come to our residences and not sort of adding to vehicle traffic. You know, that's one of the promotions of the city in being green is having a good public transit system, so that's one of the advantages of being on a main arterial.
Great. Thank you very much. That is time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this is now my second call for speakers. And again, if there's any speakers for this item, you can call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 10611445 before close of the speakers list. The phone number is available on the live stream and on the city's X account. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make your comments, and please focus them on the merits of the report under consideration tonight. Okay, we will now hear from the public. We have 2 registered speakers tonight, and our first is Catherine Reichart. Hi, welcome. You have 5 minutes when you're ready. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Catherine Reichert, and the Housing Chair for ARCS, which is the Arbutus Ridge, Carrisdale, and Shaughnessy. The Arbutus Vision Implementation Committee supports this proposed seniors care residence at 1026 and 1108 West 41st. It aligns with our vision's directions to increase senior care, increase density on arterials, allow new housing types near shopping areas, and the 6-story height. We thank everyone for the opportunity to work with the city and the applicant on this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That was short and sweet. Our second speaker tonight is Joelle Kaloff. Not sure if I have that right. Do we have Joelle? Joelle's on the line.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Joelle Kaloff. I'm a resident of Vancouver, live very close to the subject site, and I'm speaking in support of the Marcon and Amica seniors housing proposal being considered tonight. I grew up in this neighborhood and recently lost a close family member that lived on the subject site street at another seniors facility. So I am very familiar with the location proposed for redevelopment. My parents, who are now aging seniors themselves, also live nearby and frequent many shops and businesses in this corridor. It is, in their own words, their hood, and they love their hood. Recognizing that the demographic on the west side is predominantly older, I think this is a great location for seniors housing and care. Fortunately, my parents are healthy and still able to live independently today. But as someone with aging parents, I am starting to think about what their housing and care needs will be in the future, and I am concerned. I know that there is an acute shortage of assisted living spaces in Vancouver today, and with a rapidly aging population, this will only get worse if nothing is done about it. My great-aunt lived at Legacy, a seniors assisted living facility just down the street from the subject site, for several years until she passed in late 2023. The waiting list for her suite was so long, and they were begging us to pack up her belongings fast so they could offer the unit to someone else. She had lived in Richmond for most of her adult life, but was unable to find anything suitable there, which prompted the move to Legacy. That move isolated her from her circle of friends, who found it hard to travel that distance to visit her, and from her medical team, and was a very difficult adjustment for her that induced a sense of loneliness, followed by full-onset depression, which her medical team believes sped up her passing, a loss of will to live due to alienation and sadness. As our seniors age, they not only need adequate housing facilities, they also need the continued support and comfort of their local community members and services. That is why cities must prioritize the allocation of a variety of seniors care in multiple locations to meet the physical demand and psychological needs of our cherished elders. Vancouver's west side, my neighborhood, needs more options like this development to adequately manage the sensitive and compassionate nature of this transitional time in our parents' lives. I can tell you that my parents will want to stay in their beloved hood, where they have a wide circle of friends, immediate family, including myself and my brother, and a host of medical care providers they will need convenient access to, as well as the familiarity and comfort of a community they've called home for over 25 years. From an aesthetic perspective, I think the building design is very attractive. The materiality is visually pleasing, and I'm sure it will be very well maintained by the well-respected operator like other Amica residences. The 6-story built form is contextually appropriate when taking into consideration the future planned development in the neighborhood, which will see buildings over 20 stories high and its proximity to the Oak Ridge Center redevelopment. I commend the developer's design approach with 2 buildings, decreasing the impact of its perceived length, and the step back above level 4 to maintain the emerging street wall in the neighborhood. The landscape plan is hardy and will positively contribute to the public realm and soften the urban impact. Kudos as well to Vancouver City staff for bringing this thoughtful and relevant proposal through the development approval process to public hearing tonight. In closing, I want to reiterate that I think this type of supportive housing for seniors is urgently needed by longtime Vancouver residents like my aging parents. On behalf of my family and many other generational Vancouver families like us, I hope the project will be permitted to proceed. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the council proceedings this evening.
Thanks very much, Joelle. Thanks for taking time to speak to council. You don't have any questions, but we appreciate you calling in. Okay, clerks, do we have any other speakers on the line at this point?
No speakers on the line.
Okay, I will now make my third and final call for speakers then. Again, the number is 1-833-353-8610. The code is 1061445#. The number is on X and on the live stream. And since we don't have any online now, what we'll do is take a 5-minute recess to provide an opportunity, and we'll come back at 6:52. Thank you. All right. Okay, everybody. Bring everybody back online now. And I'll just check in with the clerks. Do we have any additional speakers that have called in?
No.
We do not. Okay, so seeing and hearing none, the speakers list is now closed. And seeing there are little or no public comments after 5 p.m., I'm also closing the receipt of public comments. The public does have 15 minutes to submit any additional ones. And at this stage, does the applicant have any closing comments? No, not at this point? No. Staff, do you have any closing comments?
No closing comments from staff.
Council, any questions for staff? And clerk, have we received any more comments at this point?
No.
No, we have not. Okay. All right, council, we will now make the decision on the application. Do we have a mover for the recommendation?
Move.
Moved by Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Is there any debate? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerks to take us to a voting queue. Okay, and that passes unanimously with all present, with Mayor Sim, Councillor Montague, and Councillor Boyle absent. And that concludes item 2 on the agenda tonight. Okay, thanks everybody. We'll now move on to item 3, which is the Heritage Revitalization Agreement modification for 6161 McDonald Street. And does any member of council wish to declare a conflict on this item? Nope, seeing none. Clerk, can I ask you to now read the application and summary of correspondence, please?
This is an application by Robert Lemon Consulting, Inc. to bring forward modifications to the existing Heritage Revitalization Agreement, registered on title, to remove a front setback requirement and update references to zoning changes and related housekeeping matters. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, in consultation with the Director of Legal Services, recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 14 pieces of correspondence in support, 2 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 1 piece of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. And this represents all correspondence up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. I'm now making my first call for speakers. Please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610. The participant code is 1061445#. Please do so before the close of the speakers list. That number is on the live stream and on the city's X account. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. And we have staff here from Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability at the ready to present this application. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just going to share screen here. All right, good evening, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is James Bolton. I'm the Heritage Planner in the city's Heritage Group. The purpose of this report is to seek Council's approval to modify an existing Heritage Revitalization Agreement, or HRA, at 6161 McDonald Street to remove a front setback requirement to update the HRA to reflect recent zoning changes referred to as housekeeping items, which has been sought by the owner of the property. Oops. Sorry. A little bit delay there. The site is located at the corner of West 45th Avenue and McDonald Street. In the fall of 2023, Council rescinded the RS5 zoning, replaced it with the R11 zoning, which now applies to the neighborhood in respect to the surrounding zoning. In 2004, Council approved an HRA which enabled the subdivision of the original site, or parent tract, shown here in blue outline, to create 2 parcels, one for the Heritage Building, the Anderson House, which is now protected, and a vacant parcel at 6161 McDonald Street, shown in yellow there, which was for new development. The original owner of the site still owns the vacant parcel, but 6135 McDonald Street is now under separate ownership. As you can see, there are a couple other heritage sites in close proximity to the one to 6135 McDonald. This slide shows the Anderson site as well as the front of the vacant parcel at 6161 McDonald Street. You also can see the site notification there, map there, and the trees that surround the property. As a consequence of the zoning change, and at the request of the owner, this report recommends several modifications to remove references to the RS5 zoning and to replace them with references to the R11 zoning, as well as to remove a front setback restriction, as I will show in the next slide, and which is also described in the report. In 2004, the front setback was placed on the vacant parcel to limit the front of the new buildings to the alignment of the house to the south at 6187 McDonald, as you can see there. This site is also listed in the Vancouver Heritage Register, but is not protected. The new development on 6161 is required under the HRA to comply to RS5 guidelines, which, as noted before, emphasizes streetscape compatibility. However, as noted, the RS5 zoning, including the RS5 guidelines, no longer exist. With the change to R11, as shown in this diagram with respect to front yards, development under R11, which has higher floor space density and dwelling unit densities to deliver more housing in the city, would not be possible, or at best very challenging, depending on what might be proposed. In this respect, it should be noted that the HRA was not intended to limit development on the vacant parcel to a particular style or density or form, but rather to allow new development to proceed as permitted under the prevailing zoning, which might change from time to time. This is typical in situations involving HRAs where subdivisions and vacant parcels are created. Sorry. In summary, the proposed modifications to reflect the zoning change from RS1 to R11 and to removal of the front setback would allow for development under the prevailing R11 zoning on the vacant parcel. Creation of vacant parcel for future development permitted under prevailing zoning formed the compensation sought by the owner and agreed to back in 2004 in return for the heritage protection of the Anderson House. Other properties in this area will likely be developed under the R11 zoning over time, and the nature of the front yards will change. Therefore, staff recommend council approve the recommendations of this report. And thank you. That's the end of my presentation. Staff are available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. Is the applicant team here to speak to this application? Or
Sorry?
We don't have an applicant team. Is it the city?
We don't have an application presentation.
Just
No.
confirming. All right. We do have an applicant, right? That's what I thought. Okay. So do we have an applicant present or on the line?
The applicant is present.
Yes.
Sorry, yes, the owner is present here.
Thank you. You do have the option, if you'd like to speak to the application, would you like to do so?
I will happily speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'll start by thanking James and I have been doing this for quite a while. Good evening, Acting Mayor and Councillors. My name is Jane McDougall. I am the owner of 6161 McDonald Street. I'm speaking tonight on the subject of a Heritage Revitalization Agreement, an HRA, that has caused me considerable trouble. Back in 2004, I entered into an HRA with the city. I had lovingly restored a house on a triple lot in Kerrisdale. I thought that house should be preserved. Please note, I could have bulldozed that house and sold 3 large legal lots, but that just didn't seem like the right thing to do. In hindsight, that was a costly mistake. The original property had proved to be too large for me to maintain, so I decided to build a smaller home on the empty portion of the property. That would be a better choice for me and my family. However, it turned out that the house on the property impinged ever so slightly into the 3rd lot's setback. The city, however, would relax the frontage restriction if the house was designated as a heritage structure. Following the Department of Planning's instructions, that's what I did. The city got a heritage house, the one they wanted, and I was supposed to be able to build an RS5 house. Only that's not what happened. A few years after the subdivision, I began making inquiries into building a new house on the property. Several architects, however, said there was a problem with the HRA, that no reasonable house could be built on it. This was incomprehensible to me. The architects had to be wrong. After all, I'd sat in the meetings with the planning department, meetings with surveyors, arbor reports, lawyers, planners. I'd been walked through the agreement by the Heritage and Planning Department and had been told exactly what I'd be getting. I wouldn't have settled for less. In 2004, the talk was all about something called the Pitt Report that sought to ensure that new homes didn't deviate too much from the looks of the flanking homes. The issues the city seemed to be concerned with were things like compatible building materials. So this new RS5 house that the agreement specifically references would have to look like the homes on either side of it. So I thought, okay, that's the deal, good. It would turn out, however, that there was a glitch in the math. Due to a flaw in the agreement, the footprint of the new house was compressed to far less than half of what an RS5 house could be. So now I had a white elephant on my hands, an essentially worthless piece of property. And that's what I got for doing the civic-minded thing of preserving a heritage home. Please bear in mind, 3 separate lots in Kerrisdale would have made me a really rich woman. But that is not what I wanted to see happen. I grew up loving that house. It was a landmark. So we sought time and time again to get this matter rectified. Experts in these sorts of matters instantly detected the flaw the moment they saw the agreement. Despite protesting that no one enters into an agreement whereby their value is destroyed, the city seemed to think that's exactly what I had agreed to. I was told that the planner who had handled my HRA, Rick Scobie, had died. So what could they do? There can't be 2 conflicting statements within one agreement, can there? Especially when one outcome would be illogical at best. Despairing, I then tried to sell the property, listing it for more than 8 times with 3 different realtors at periods of over a year, often at less than assessed value. We had only 1 or 2 offers, and those offers collapsed within hours the minute they came to comprehend the problem within the HRA. So no buyers, even in Vancouver's overheated real estate market. I couldn't sell the property, and I couldn't build a marketable home on it, a white elephant, but one that the neighbors got to enjoy at my expense. I then had to deal with the empty homes tax. I went through a stressful EHT audit. Thank heavens the property was eventually deemed exempt, but I still couldn't sell it. As one architect said, because of the flaw in the trees and whatever else, I could only build a convoluted little bungalow in the shape of a W. Eventually, I had a team that included Robert Lemon, former senior heritage planner for the City of Vancouver, former director of planning, Larry Beasley. He had his deputy, Rick Michaels, get involved in sorting this out. Loy Leyland, a go-to architect for heritage matters here in the city, was also on board. I had 1 law firm working on the HRA, another law firm working on the EHT, along with other lawyers and various consultants. I had to redo surveys and arbor reports. I bled money and time and energy. This was my compensation for doing what the city wanted. I could have sold 3 60-foot parcels of land. Instead, I entered into an agreement with the city that got me backed into a box canyon of torment. This public hearing has been a long time in coming. My purpose in creating the subdivision is now pointless, has been for years. My kids have grown. But the agreement still has to be sorted out. As the former senior heritage planner for the city says in his report, this site languishes due to the restrictive wording of the HRA to build even a single dwelling, and the compensation of a buildable or saleable lot at 6161 McDonald has not been achieved. So tonight, I'm asking you to approve the front yard setback amendment to the Heritage Revitalization Agreement on 6161 McDonald Street so it can become a regular R11 property in keeping with the civic, provincial, and federal mandates. It's time to get the white elephant off of McDonald Street and off my back. So, Acting Mayor and Councillors, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive comments. This is an opportunity for council to ask questions either to staff or the applicant team. And reminder to councillors, the only chance to ask questions to the applicant. And Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Chair. And if I may just ask a couple of questions of the applicant, please. Largely clarifying, but effectively what I heard is that with this agreement, this property was left undevelopable. Is that an accurate reflection of what you said?
We couldn't sell it at less than assessed. Nobody wanted it.
And also couldn't be developed for housing.
Well, indeed, if it had been developed, it would have actually flown in the face of the EHT because it would not have been built out to best and highest possible use. I understand RS5 conditional or outright would have given me a home in the neighborhood of 5,000 plus square feet. I was able to build something well under 2,000 square feet, according to the flaw.
Okay. And also this circumstance, as you noted, ended up leading to an empty homes tax assessment as a result under our vacancy bylaw.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had to write a big check and then appeal it back.
Okay. And how many years have you been engaging with the city on this file?
The city's
Roughly.
own document says this last go-round has been since 2015. I had earlier inquiries as well. And along the way, we were told things like we couldn't have garages, that we would have to build a bridge over the fence. At one point, we were going to have to come in off of 45th to preserve a maple tree in the back street, the back of my property, only that would have necessitated taking down the giant sequoia on the neighbor's property and driving in over their patio. We could not comprehend the things we were being asked to do. And the document clearly stated things like the position of the driveway. But that seemed to be suddenly a jump ball again.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. And I'm going to take the opportunity to ask a question myself. And perhaps I'll direct this to staff. Yeah, I'm going to direct my question to staff. And Councillor Dominato asked my question about how many years you've been at it. So almost a decade. Have we changed anything as a result of this experience with respect to how we would approach this situation with the Heritage Revitalization Agreement?
This situation has been very complex because we don't want to open up agreements that council has made without due consideration. I've been around since before 2015 dealing with this as well in different capacities. It's just gone on, but it stopped and it started and it stopped and it started. There's lots of reasons why that, but we have been diligent in trying to solve this and to address the concerns of the owner. We agreed to accept an application to test whether this front yard setback was indeed the hardship that was claimed to be. We really had no idea because the original report from 2004 didn't analyze that. All the staff who were involved then are gone.
So I guess my question, I see perhaps one of your colleagues might want to weigh in as well, but have any policy changes resulted from or may result from this situation?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, HRAs now are only used in exceptional circumstances. Sorry, Jason Holneck, Director of Development Planning. So very rare you'll see an HRA, very even rare that we'd write one like this now. I think this is something that was happening 10, 20 years ago. So today our policies and our practices are very different.
Okay. So council would not necessarily expect a similar situation to this rezoning that we see in front of us?
It's not a rezoning, it's an agreement. And
agreement?
The biggest, most substantial shift is this was done without a form of development study, which is where the root of, I think, all these questions came from. And now if you were to see this, it would be well vetted, well tested, part of a much bigger, more comprehensive development plan. So this is not something that I can't say would never happen, but it would be a very exceptional case for it to happen.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions from council at this point, so this is my second call for speakers. Any speakers who wish to speak to this item, the toll-free number is 1-833-353-8610. The participant code is 1061445#. Before the close of the speakers list, the number is available on X and on the live stream. And any speakers in the council chamber have the option to come forward in person before close of the list. So we'll now hear from the public. Speakers have 5 minutes to make your comments. Please focus them on the report at hand. And our first registered speaker tonight is Peter Loretto, who is on the phone.
Hello?
Hi, Peter. You have 5 minutes when you're ready. Please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Just fine. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I'm the lucky guy or unlucky guy that bought 6135 McDonald in 2005. And I mildly oppose the modifications on the front setback. I think it's going to set a negative precedent. It may possibly affect the market value on our Anderson house, the 6135 McDonald. However, if it's ratified, I would expect that the city, if I develop the Anderson house in the future, that you would give us and treat us the same way as 6161, because I am a counterparty to the Heritage Revitalization Agreement. I do, what Jane McDougall stated is true. It's been a real, issue for everybody. We still share part of the south lawn, which I've been cutting for the last 19 years. And definitely it has to be developed in a very TLC manner, because it is surrounded by that heritage fence, and that fence is fragile on a good day. And the trees are something else in this yard. We have some trees that are 15 feet, 4 inches in diameter, and 250 to 350 years old, according to the Sparrow family who walked the property a few years back. And they know this property because they used to run through this property from the Musqueam. Anyways, I'm sure you'll get it done in some form or manner, but if, as, and when, again, I decide to do something, I just want to be treated in the same manner available. So I do realize going forward, it's been a real pain. So anyways, I just want to thank everybody for giving me a chance to speak. It's a great property. It's a beautiful property. So however it's done, hopefully I'm sure it's going to be done in the right fashion. Anyways, thank you very much. I'm going to go offline now, unless you have some questions.
Thank you very much, Peter. There are no questions for you, but thanks for taking the time to call in. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, have a good night. Speaker number 2 is Raj Dot, in person. And please go ahead. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Raj Dad. I'm speaking today in support of the proposed modification to the HRA. I'm a lawyer, but in full disclosure, I'm also Jane McDougall's son-in-law, and I've seen firsthand the emotional toll that this has taken on her. I've helped her navigate this issue in my capacity as a family member over the course of the past 10 years. Again, it's been expensive, it's been emotional, and I obviously really appreciate city staff's hard work and dedication in getting us to where we are today. But I also hope that council sees the value in this proposed change, both from a common sense perspective and also from a macro housing perspective. I'm also speaking to you in my capacity as a involved civic citizen. I was born and raised in Vancouver. Although some might say that I look young, I'm actually an elder millennial, and I've seen my city change in many ways that I absolutely love, but in other ways that really concern me. And one of the issues is affordability, and that's directly related to density. The current iteration of the HRA would contemplate a single-family home that would be greatly underdeveloped on a 7,500 square foot lot. I understand this proposed change simply brings the HRA in line with R1 zoning, which allows for the development of up to 6 to 8 dwelling units. I understand it's one of the mandates of this council to tackle affordability through increasing supply. The change being proposed today is squarely in line with those objectives and also in line with what the province hopes to do and also the federal government for that matter. The fact that it's taken 10 years exemplifies the outdated thinking that's led us as a city and as a province to this situation, a general unwillingness to respond to changing demographics, changing economics, and also to a certain degree in NIMBYism. We can't let this continue. All communities should have similar levels of housing, whether that's in Kerrisdale or East Vancouver. As a city, we should all care about balanced and inclusive planning. With respect to the objections, I understand many of them are centered around potential impacts of the setback on the streetscape. However, many of these objections predate the introduction of R1 zoning, which doesn't necessarily contemplate that requirement. Fundamentally, this is not a request to change zoning, it's a request to bring the HRA in line with current zoning. And as the city's own report states, section 592, paragraph 8 of the Vancouver Charter doesn't necessarily require a hearing for a change of this nature. I understand the city's willingness and desire to have public input. I think the important part here is that while it's valuable to consider different points of view, this is simply a change in an agreement to bring it in line with current standards. I understand one of the objections from the previous speaker was based on the assumption that he was a signatory to this agreement. Perhaps I'm laboring under a misunderstanding, but the last time that I checked, there were 3 signatures on that document. One was from the City of Vancouver, Jane McDougall, and her former spouse, Kirk McLean. If there's a 4th signature, we're talking about a different document and a different property altogether, or a different application. I also heard the speaker talk about how if you were to allow this change, that the city would somehow be obligated to change another property that is possibly, I think, the subject of an HRA. As city staff mentioned, this is a unique situation, one that ought to have been tested at the outset, and one that going forward, if there is a similar situation, will probably be caught at the due diligence stage. So I don't think that's a valid consideration. With respect to the value, the potential diminishment of Mr. Loretto's property, again, in my mind, that's not a valid consideration. We need to be utilitarian and we need to think as a city and what's best here. In conclusion, I urge the council to approve this proposed modification to the HRA. It aligns with current zoning regulations, supports the city's mandate on housing affordability through densification, and addresses outdated policies. Your support and demonstration today will really show your commitment to equitable and inclusive development in Vancouver and all of its residents. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much, Raj. Thanks for your comments. I'm just going to, council, take a moment to pause to confirm that we have quorum. We may have lost quorum. We only have 5 councillors that I can count on video, so there we go. Thanks, councillors. If you can, please keep your video on because we are very tight tonight. Thank you. And thanks to that speaker. Okay, our 4th speaker is Loy Leyland, who is here in person.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm an architect in Vancouver. I'm familiar with this site. It did have a problem with designing a house, making the footprint far too small for the zoning at the time, and I hope that Mayor and Council do the right thing and support their planning department's recommendation that this lot be brought into the current mainstream of all the other R1-1 properties. And everybody shares in this decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your short, clear remarks. Our 5th registered speaker is Bonnie Dakin, who should be on the phone. We're just checking.
Speaker 5 has withdrawn.
Okay. All right, and we don't have any other speakers on the line at this point, clerks? Okay, so I'm going to make my 3rd and final call for speakers to the now familiar number of 1-833-353-8610, the code of 1061 £445, available before the close of the speakers list. Phone number is on the city's live stream and social media channels. And we will now take a 5-minute recess and come back at 7:27. Thanks, everybody. Okay, Council, if I can get everybody to resume their seats and bring the video back on, we'll resume. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we have quorum again. Okay, so clerks, any more speakers on the line?
No more speakers.
Okay. Seeing there are no more speakers, the speakers list is now closed, and seeing that there are little or no public comments received after 5 p.m., I am now closing receipt of public comments. And does the applicant have any closing comments that you would like to make?
No, I thank you very much, but I think almost everything has been covered. But
Okay.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, terrific, thank you. Staff, do you have any closing comments? Do council have any questions of staff at this point? I'm not seeing any. And clerk, do we have any additional public comments to record?
We do not.
Okay, council will now make a decision on the application. Do we have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Meisner. And is there any debate? Councillor Dominato, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll keep my comments brief, but just suffice it to say, I became familiar with the owner and applicant's case last term and beginning of this term again. And I appreciate that there's some complexity of this agreement dating back many years. I did hear from staff that we don't undertake these type of prescriptive agreements anymore for the most part. However, I do want to acknowledge that I definitely heard how difficult this has been on the part of the owner and applicant in this case, and that I know it's been a long time coming to get to council and to have the opportunity to have this addressed and remediated. And so I'm quite happy to support. I think it's very reasonable. I think it's very practical. And I think some very good points were made by one of the speakers around the alignment this has with a number of our city's priorities, particularly around housing. Right now, it's simply underutilized space and could actually be serving to provide much needed housing. But I also understand the duress that, Jane, you've been under with this situation. And so I'm very happy to support this report, and I appreciate staff bringing it forward as well. So thank you. Thank you for the work on it.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Joe, can I ask you to take the chair so that I can participate in debate and make comments?
Yeah, absolutely. Please go ahead, Councillor Carvilla.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I will just say, in listening to this tale of woes is probably a good way to put it. It's been almost a decade, and this is not, in my view, a proud moment for the city of Vancouver. And I do appreciate the answers to the questions that hopefully we've learned from this one, and we can not put people in a punitive situation because they're, I think, genuinely trying to navigate through as best they can the processes of the city. And as was noted by the applicant, we did gain the retention of a heritage house here. And while we want to grow and accommodate, make space for new neighbors, and we have to modernize our zoning, as one of the speakers said, and respond to a changing city, because cities don't stand still. And we don't want to lose some of the heritage, but we also don't want that to cause undue hardship on individuals. And I certainly think this is a case study to learn from. So I'm trusting that we have done that, and I'm hopeful that we don't see any other types of projects like this coming before council, because it's a little disappointing to hear that, to imagine that somebody's gone through that for almost 10 years. But having said that, I am happy to support it. And thank you, Councillor Joe. I'll take the chair back.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other councillors on the queue, I'll ask the clerks to take us to a vote. Okay, that has passed unanimously with none in opposition, and Mayor Sim, Councillor Montague, and Councillor Boyle are absent. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks to everybody. That concludes item 3 on our docket. We're now moving into item 4, which is amendments to restricted zones RT7, RT9, CD1 371, and CD1 463 to comply with Bill 44, which is the Provincial Small Scale Multi-Unit Housing, otherwise known as the acronym as SMA legislation, which just rolls off the tongue. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict at this point? Nope, seeing none. Okay. We do have speakers to this item, so I'm going to recommend we hear the presentation, but first let's begin by asking the clerk to read the summary for item 4. I don't have that page. Oh, sorry, I've got an actual one. Sorry, it's stuck together. Okay. Sorry, Council, we have a new script for this piece tonight. So, Council, prior to the clerk reading the summary for item 4, it is important to note the purpose of the public hearing for this matter in regards to items 4, and this also applies to items 5. Please note that this public hearing is focused on recommendations that do not fall under the scope of the new provincial legislation and the new changes in the Vancouver Charter. And during staff presentation, specific details will be provided on that note. As chair, I will ask speakers to restrict your comments only to the recommendations being put forward by staff that go beyond the requirements of the new provincial legislation. Council is required to make the changes to these zones by June 30th, 2024, as established by the province. So just make a note of that for everybody. That's a little different than our normal proceedings. The clerk will now read the application, the summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to amend the zoning and development bylaw to allow multiple dwelling housing options, multiplex, in the RT7 and RT9 zones. These amendments are necessary to comply with Bill 44, Provincial Small-Scale Multi-Unit Housing legislation. It would not require a public hearing if this was the extent of the proposed amendments, because the amendments would be for the sole purpose of complying with Section 565.03 of the Vancouver Charter. To amend the RT7 and RT9 district schedules beyond the minimum requirements set out in Bill 44, Provincial Small-Scale Multi-Unit Housing legislation, the changes include allowing 6 dwelling units on all lots subject to lot eligibility, allowing up to 8 dwelling units for secured market rental, introducing density bonus payment provisions, additional amendments to simplify zoning regulations for procedural alignment, amendments to RT7 district schedule to increase floor area incentives for the retention of an existing character house and extending those incentives to the RT9 district schedule. These amendments are not for the sole purpose of complying with Section 565.03 of the Vancouver Charter and require a public hearing. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 15 pieces of correspondence in support, 18 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 12 pieces of correspondence regarding other aspects related to the application. And this represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, everyone, this is my first call for speakers on this item. Anyone who wishes to call in can do so by calling 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before close of the speakers list. The phone number is available on X as well as on the live stream. Once again, there will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. We do have staff from Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability here to present the application, and so we will do that now. Hi, Templar. Go ahead. Thanks. Yeah, you
Thank you.
You want to try that again? You were a little faint. Now the mic's
Perfect.
on.
Can you hear me now?
Much better. Thanks.
All right, great. My name is Templar Sang Trinistich. I'm the director of the Rezoning Center, and you've got 2 public hearing items here tonight resulting from staff's work on the Bill 44 small-scale multi-unit housing legislation. The first public hearing that we'll go through tonight first is on the changes to RT7 and RT9 that go beyond the extent and the sole purpose of complying with the legislation. And the second one, following this, after you've heard from speakers and made a decision on this piece, will be on the First Shaughnessy District schedule changes as well. Yes. There you go. It's important to note, as introduced on this, the purpose of the public hearing is quite important to distinguish. Through the legislation, there is a prohibition on council from holding a public hearing for the sole purpose of complying with the legislation. And through this presentation, we'll provide a bit more clarity as to the topic and purpose of this public hearing that go beyond that, as well as an overall summary of the changes and recommendations from council or for council on those broader changes to the zoning. As I mentioned before, this is in order to comply with Bill 44, small-scale multi-unit housing legislation. Council must make a decision on these matters and bring forward bylaw changes by June 30th this calendar year. And before you, the recommendations that are on the board are on the screen as well. Our recommendations to amend the RT7 and RT9 district schedules to enable multi-dwelling unit housing options in accordance with those new requirements under Bill 44 and make related amendments to procedural alignment and amendments to Schedule F of the zoning development bylaw to add density bonusing rates to these zones as well. We're also proposing to approve the repeal of the design guidelines for RT7 and RT9 and amendments to design guidelines for additions, infill, and multiple dwelling conversions as well. Just through this presentation, we'll walk you through some background context, information on it, staff's analysis, the recommended changes and how we propose this, and summary of some next steps. So just as a bit of context and background, Bill 44 was one of several pieces of housing legislation passed both in the fall of 2023 and the spring that are aimed at delivering more housing supply, more housing options, and development financing tools to support those as well. Bill 44 had a number of different components, including housing needs reports, zoning conformity exercises associated with the housing needs. But the main purpose of this presentation and public hearing tonight are on the small-scale multi-unit housing components. We provided a presentation to council back on April 23rd of this year, which outlined the effects of all pieces of those legislations that you see on the board in front of you. And further reports will be coming later this month as well on Bill 47 regarding TOAs. So just as a bit of context, small-scale multi-unit housing is, or SMU, as acronymed through the province, is province's approach to missing middle and multiplex forms of housing. This form of housing is largely characterized, if you look on the left-hand side of the screen, as being ground-oriented, lower density forms of housing, but include triplexes, fourplexes, multiplexes, townhomes. It's really about just how to define and describe the type of housing. And the City of Vancouver is a provincial leader in creating opportunities for new multiplex small-scale housing options. Notably, last September, Council approved the consolidation of the 9 RS district schedules down into the one R11 residential inclusive zone to enable multiplex housing options. And I can say, as of this week, the staff have received 180 applications for multiplex, including over 700 units through those multiplex applications. And up to the end of Q1, I believe, that represented 60% of all applications within the R11 zone, which is quite impressive to see. I'll just say as well, just on the right-hand side, that multiplex housing is something that generally aligns with Housing Vancouver strategy from 2017. You'll see an update report coming to council later this month on June 25th, including an update to the Housing Vancouver strategy and our new 3-year action plan. Just moving through as well from a policy context perspective in support of multiplex, this does align with the goals and objectives of Vancouver Plan. It's one of the big moves that Vancouver Plan has to provide more housing options across the city. Yesterday, Council received a report on the Vancouver Plan ODP terms of reference, and we're now embarking on bringing forward that Vancouver Plan into an official development plan by 2026. I think from there's a number of other initiatives that I'll touch on later on as well in terms of other aspects that the city is doing to advance all the forms of housing and supply for the city. So just an overview of the Vancouver Charter requirements and the regulations that are associated with small-scale multi-unit housing. The first test and requirement that relates to the legislation is the definition of a restricted zone. So a restricted zone is generally defined as a zone that's exclusively zoned for single-family housing or duplexes and associated additional dwellings or second suites. So if that zone was identified or limited housing options to that as of December 7th, being the date the regulations came through, our assessment and task was to identify and limit this effort associated with those restricted zones. Once a zone is identified as a restricted zone, the legislation requires that a minimum of 3 dwelling units per parcel be permitted on lots less than 280 square meters, or about 3,000 square feet. And where those lots are larger than 280 square meters, a minimum of 4 units per lot. Unless you're within 400 meters of a frequent bus stop, then you can do up to 6 units per lot. The legislation comes with a number of exemptions and restrictions that are noted on the screen as well. Notably, lands that are within transit-oriented areas under Bill 47 are exempt. Non-residential lands, hazardous lands, or agricultural lands are exempt, as are larger lots or lots not connected to municipal water or infrastructure. I will note as well, lands protected under the Heritage Conservation Act, there it goes, are also exempt, as well as those lands designated with the Heritage Designation bylaw and HRA as well. I'll get into a bit more detail on the Heritage Conservation Act piece, especially in the next presentation as well. Furthermore, municipalities cannot unreasonably restrict or prohibit the use of density required to enable SMU, and we can't establish a conditional density rule for the purpose of achieving the minimum number of units, dwelling units required permitted under the legislation. And lastly, and importantly as well, though we're prohibited from holding a public hearing for providing the sole changes of the legislation, the purpose of tonight goes beyond those matters as well. The province did release in December as well a manual that illustrates and provides information that the council must consider. However, many of these matters that are in here are options or suggestions or recommendations and don't actually connect back to the legislation or the regulations themselves. So we are very much so considering these. These are matters that include recommendations relating to heights, setbacks, lot coverage, and lot standards. I will point out one item that's come up frequently in some of the conversation has been whether or not the manual provides a minimum FSR or a maximum FSR requirement. The manual does not. The manual does speak to FSR in certain points and conversations through it. And though it's key in determining the size of a building, FSR is also used for determining appropriate use of density bonusing and may also be useful in avoiding excessively large or oversized lots or dwellings on the lot as well. A full summary and the comparison of the R11 zoning regulations compared to the SMU legislation and regulations, and compared to how we're proposing to make those recommendations in RT7 and RT9 are included in Appendix G of the staff report for further details. So earlier I mentioned that the first definition and task of council was to identify the restricted zones. After a fairly lengthy exercise going through this, this table identifies our conclusion on those restricted zone analysis. And so effectively a zone which permits 3 or more principal dwelling units is considered to be not restricted, so we get it out of the restricted zone definition effectively. So as we went through our zones, we noted that R11, for example, had sufficient options within the zone through the multiplex option and was adopted before December 7th. A number of other RT zones, RT2, RT5, RT10, to name a few, enable sufficient housing options as well. Southlands, for example, was exempt because it was outside the municipal urban containment boundary and in the ALR, as well as other zones, other RT zones that were entirely enclosed within a TOA area. So after our assessment, staff came to the conclusion that the remaining zones being RT7, RT9, 2 CD1s, comprehensive development bylaws, as well as First Shaughnessy District did not have sufficient housing options for an exclusion. This graphic here is just trying to show graphically the location of RT7, RT9 in relation to transit-oriented areas and distance of 400 meters from a bus stop. So RT7 is the orangey color shading and hatching there. RT9 is in the purple at Kitts Point. The purple circles around the transit stations are the 800 meters circumference of or radii of the transit stations and the TOAs. And the, as I mentioned, the pinky purple color, maybe could have come up with some different colors on this too, are the 400 meters from a frequent bus stop. One thing you might notice from this is all of the RT7 lots are within 400 meters of a frequent bus stop. and about 90% of the lots within RT9 are within 400 meters of a bus stop, of a frequent bus stop. So initially through the legislation, all of those lots within 400 meters would be enabled up to 6 units per lot. Next couple slides, I'll overview of our approach and dig into a bit more details of the nature of the public hearing as well. So the amendments that are brought forward to staff today involve changes to comply with this new legislation. Staff are not proposing those other changes to other RT zones, though we fully appreciate and have heard from expressions of interest from a number of residents that they are looking for similar multiplex options in those zones. And given this is such a tight timeline and a conformity exercise, staff effectively started in January. The report basically had to be ready in the last couple weeks. We've had pretty much about 4 to 5 months to get here to make sure we can beat the deadline of June 30th imposed by the province. In addition to adding SMU options in RT7 and RT9, staff are proposing to simplify the regulation beyond what's required by the province. And some of these changes are listed here, and I'll get into the next slide as well, to ensure new construction of multiplex options are easy to build, have simplified regulations, and support processing efficiencies in line with R11 or with 311. We're also looking to align regulations and permitting processes with the R11 multiplex zone options so that there's some consistencies both in design, process, and familiarity for both residents and applicants alike. So in summary, the proposed changes for the RT7, RT9 zones are to allow up to the 6 ownership units. So these would be strata units on all those lots. We're also proposing up to 8 units for rental. And this is both for new construction and conversion and infill, where in the R11 zone, it's new construction only, just for comparison. The maximum FSR that's being proposed is 1 FSR, which is a combination of either 0.7 FSR as an outright and an optional 0.3 FSR density bonus. And there's also a 1 FSR option with no density bonusing on small lots and character retention projects as well. These would be 3-story product building, ground oriented with a shallow basement is optional as well. And no parking is required for this pursuant to Bill 44. In addition, owners and applicants can continue to propose single detached or duplexes with second suites. And currently in RT7 and RT9, those are conditional to 0.6 and 0.75 respectively. And the changes we're proposing here is to make those conditional FSR allowances an outright allowance. So 0.6 FSR for a single or in RT7 and 0.75 in RT9. I think that's it for that one. In terms of the proposed changes that have triggered the purpose of this public hearing, as I mentioned before and in one of the earlier slides, most of, nearly all of RT7 and RT9 were included within 400 meters of a frequent bus stop, though there were a few that weren't. It would have made it very complicated and tricky to try to regulate a couple lots different from the rest. So those additional lots being included is part of the reason for this public hearing. Allowing up to 8 units for secured rental is also beyond the regulations and requirements of the legislation for the rental option. We have the optional density bonusing provision that's noted there as well. And we're also making processing efficiencies to align with R1 to ensure there's space for pad-mounted transformers where required new tree planting requirements, and removing design guidelines for new construction, noting that there will still be design guidelines for infill and renovation and conversions. As I mentioned before, on the density bonusing piece, just for full clarity, smaller lots, so lots under 317 square meters for consideration, can achieve the 1 FSR without density bonusing, and pre-1940s character or attention house projects with 3 units or more can also achieve the 1 FSR and not subject to the density bonusing provisions. Important to note and clarify, the provincial legislation does not exempt character houses. So character houses do not have a legal exemption under small scale multi-unit housing, and those that aren't protected, i.e., those without a heritage, only those with a heritage revitalization agreement and designation would otherwise be exempt. This does mean that character houses may be demolished. There will be a permission to allow that under the legislation to align with the legislation. But as I noted before, there are options for retention and conversion, and they don't have the density bonus option aligned with that. In terms of processing and timing, as I mentioned, we got the legislation and manual in December and commenced our work in January. We brought forward our information report to council in April, launched an information session with small builders, both in terms of the status update of R11, as well as introducing and discussing the SMU report directions. We've had a referral report to council and have sent letters to both Kitsilano neighborhood associations, for Shaughnessy area design panel as well, notified in-stream applicants of the pending changes and are now here for the public hearing. Subject to council's decision following hearing from your speakers, if council were to approve this, we would bring forward enactment and bylaw changes as well as any other administrative motions required to council in 2 weeks on either the 25th or 26th. And the legislation or the options would take effect on June 30th as part of that compliance deadline. So just in quick summary and comparison, so as we mentioned earlier, staff had brought forward the new R11 zoning multiplex options to council in September, and that consolidated the 9 RS lots. It's 65,000 lots. It was quite extensive area of the city. As I mentioned earlier, we've got 180 applications with over 700 units proposed there. And these additional changes that you can see on the right, though somewhat small in comparison, reflect about 1,120 some odd lots within RT7 and RT9. By contrast, if we took the same absorption rate from R11 and RT7, we'd expect about 10 applications a year or so. We can say just from data and stats that overall since 2016 through to Q1 2024, there's only been 22 development permit applications submitted within RT7 and RT9. The vast majority of those, 17 of them, are single detached dwellings. Multiplexes are therefore not really expected to be a significant increase in terms of housing supply, but certainly a welcome option in terms of housing options in these neighborhoods as well. In terms of other priority housing actions that the city is undertaking, we thought we'd just give you a quick overview. And so small-scale multi-unit housing is a part of a larger program to deliver more housing supply, increase housing options, and speed up the development approval processes. As part of Vancouver Plan, which you've seen in recent presentations as well, we're looking to create new standardized apartment zones to expedite the delivery of more apartments in those appropriate locations. The ongoing work on Rupert Renfrew stationary planning, which will be coming to council for decision next year. Area planning and other citywide housing policy work, including Broadway plan and secured rental policies, implementing transit-oriented areas, which we'll see later this month, and other Housing Vancouver strategy action initiatives under the new 3-year action plan, which will be coming on June 25th as well, all in alignment with permanent improvement programs and our 3331 permit approval framework as well. So just in summary and a quick conclusion, staff have proposed recommended changes to RT7 and RT9 district schedules in order to give effect to Bill 44. This has largely been a conformity exercise to meet that deadline imposed by the province. It includes standardizing regulations to minimize regulatory complexity in support of our PIP and 311 framework. And we've also looked to bring forward alignment with other regulations to try to create synergies and simplicity between the different zones as well. We still have the character retention options in RT7 and RT9, which has also been added to RT9, and alignment with the new SMU options for up to 6 units. In alignment with Bill 44 and 47, I mentioned earlier, there's no parking permitted or there's no minimum off-street parking permitted. So applicants can propose the amount of parking that they see fit in terms of what they think the market or their needs are. Where parking is provided, it has to conform to our parking bylaws. There's no changes to the parking bylaw today. That'll come forward on June 26th when the TOA report comes forward. And that parking bylaw change will address both small-scale multi-unit housing, R11, and other areas of the city and the transit-oriented requirements. Again, pending council's direction on this, we would bring forward bylaws for enactment at the next council meeting or committee. Staff training will roll out, as well as information opportunities for applicants and members of the public. And we still have a further report back to get back to council on other additional potential changes to R11 and other RT zones, which will be prioritized as part of our ongoing work plan as well. I will pause there on our presentation and welcome any feedback from council.
Great. Thanks, Templar, for a very comprehensive presentation and overview. You do have questions from council, and Councillor Carr, you are first.
Great, thanks. Thanks for that great and thorough presentation. I appreciate it. I've got a few questions that that you didn't answer that came through correspondence that came in from residents. So in our summary of correspondence, so I'll just start with the first one, which there was a concern raised about character home retention being limited to 0.6 FSR, whereas if you demolish and redevelop, according under these changes, you can get 1 FSR. I mean, can you just respond to that statement that has come into us?
Yeah, I'll just clarify as well. So if the character retention were to be a single detached dwelling in an RT7 zone, for example, the maximum FSR is 0.6. If the character retention option were proposing a multiplex form of housing, it would be 1 FSR. So it depends on the type of housing to which that 0.6 or 1 applies. But there are options for character retentions in both.
Great. Okay, that's very clear, and I think that's often what we see done in places like Kitsilano and stuff. There was more than 1 unit in there. Okay, there was concern raised about 3 stories, that buildings would go up to 3 stories, and there would end up being shadowing. Have we looked at all at that, and is that true about the 3 stories?
Good question. And so this is effectively in alignment with R11. So you're allowed up to 3 stories in the R11 zone for multiplex. So we're looking to align with that as well. It's also consistent with the recommendations from the provincial site manual, or site standards and manual for this. There could be shadowing, there could be other on-look issues. However, those are effectively permitted through through these regulations. So I think I'll kind of leave the answer at that.
Okay. Another question that came through, it stated that the bylaw prohibits laneways and just infills. Is that true?
So just to clarify as well, whereas R11 multiplex only applied to lots with lanes so that you get a laneway house, the small scale multi-unit legislation does not recognize a lane or no lane. It's really just triggered by the size of the lot. So effectively, you can still get those 3 to 6 units on an RT7 or an RT9 lot that doesn't have a lane, and it would be in the form of an infill dwelling in the back. And so if you were to stratify that and have an infill dwelling or a rental dwelling, there's options for that as well. So not a laneway per se, but an infill dwelling.
An infill dwelling, which could be at the lane or at the back?
If there was a lane, it could be on a lane, and if there's no lane, it would be infill to the property. Yep.
Okay. The regs to allow, is the intent to under the RT7 and RT9 to enable retention of the character homes? Yeah, just in terms of what you've already outlined, is there? Yeah, do you think that will be enough of a incentive to keep character homes?
Good question. So the legislation did require us to remove the penalties associated with it. But effectively what staff are proposing is that you can continue to do a character retention with the 0.6 FSR, for example, on a single, or the 1 FSR for a multiplex with no density bonusing. If that same lot were to try to demolish the house and propose a new build, they could, but they're subject to density bonusing. So there are some financial incentives there to continue to explore the character house retention and effectively just enable that option if a resident or an applicant were to do so.
Great. Okay. No, thank you. That's clear. One other question. There's a statement about repealing design guidelines in RT7, RT9. Is that the case? Will we simply be dropping design guidelines entirely?
Good question as well. So the design guidelines that are being repealed are for new construction, and so that's the same case with the R11. We're trying to align with the expectations in both R11 and RT7. There would still be design guideline requirements for infill and character retention and multiple conversion dwellings as well.
Okay, great. I can't actually see my timer, but I think I'm close to time, so I'll leave it there. Thanks so much for those answers.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Meisner, you're up.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Templar, for the presentation and all the work in short notice of time. I want to circle back to some of Councillor Carr's questions around character retention. I just want to get a better sense of the policy. So with a multiplex, with character retention, you mentioned that you could achieve up to 1 FSR. But if you were to tear it down and build a new building, you'd be subject to density bonusing. What does that look like in terms of financial penalty if you were to tear the building down?
Good question. It's subject to lot size, but maybe I'll ask Blair Erb can come and answer a couple more specific questions on that as well.
Councillor Blair Erb from Coriolis. Thanks for having me this evening. Thank you for that adjustment. So the way that the zoning bylaw will be written is that there's a base density of 0.7 for the scenarios where that applies. You're allowed to go up to 1, so there's 0.3 FSR of bonus density. And depending on the lot size, there's a charge that will be implemented for that bonus density that ranges from, I'm going to talk in imperial, $3 per square foot at the low end, up to $140 per square foot of bonus density at the high end. And that varies by lot size. So the larger lots are subject to the higher rate, and the low end is for the smaller lots.
Okay. So with that in mind, what's your prediction in terms of these zones, in terms of the appeal of retaining a character home and getting that 1 FSR versus tearing the home down?
Yeah, so
get a sense of
sure.
is likely to happen.
Yeah, so we didn't analyze character retention scenarios, but in this particular instance, but in previous work when we have looked at it for other zoning districts in the city of Vancouver, what is quite clear is that the economics of character retention are unique to each particular project. So it's hard to have a generalized statement about that. But our view is that by waiving the density bonus contribution, it could be a significant incentive for character retention.
Okay. Yeah. That's good to hear. Thank you for that. Appreciate those answers. I had another question here, but now I can't recall what it was, so I might come back on. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Meissner. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. Just continuing on the conversation around character retention, can staff just clarify, it's tangentially related to the provincial legislation, but we've had conversations around our own missing middle framework that we adopted for multiplexes and the incentives and how it's sort of flipped around now under our own existing policy. And staff are going to come back with some solutions in the fall. I know that kind of had to be put on hold. Is that still coming forward to us to address sort of how it's shifted and really doesn't benefit character homes?
Certainly, and so in September, when we brought forward R11 multiplex zoning, Council directed 2 motions back. One was to explore increasing the FSR for character retention projects, and the other was to explore exclusions around accessibility requirements. We were on track to bring them back this spring. We've had to push that off and on hold for the time being, just relating to this. We've also gotten the motion from April to look at aligning multiplex zoning with provincial site standards that was passed in April. And so what we need to do after this is just reassess our work plan and how and when we can report back, whether it's this year or next year. That is the intention.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then in the context of the provincial legislation, a handful of people wrote in about how with some of our RT zones, like RT10 as an example, it meets the sort of minimum threshold for the province in terms of multiplex, but under our current missing middle framework, they can't do the higher level sort of multiplex developments. I'm just curious, what's the best approach to addressing that? Is that through some direction this evening as part of the public hearing or something at a later date? Because and I appreciate it's tied to our own pacing of undertaking those policy changes and regulatory changes. But that did come up in the context of the provincial legislation forward as property owners saying, oh, but we actually can't do, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Right. And I think this is a bit of a prioritization conversation with council. I've had a number of those same conversations with residents in RT2, RT5, RT10. I think a few of them might be speakers tonight. So we certainly welcome the opportunity to discuss and explore more housing options in other parts of the city. And a lot of these other RT zones, they're in areas that are otherwise within a TOA or a village area that are contemplating more heights and densities over time. So we're trying to get to that TOA work by the end of June. Our work plan includes the report back to council's motion on the villages. So a lot of these areas will explore additional height and density. And I think through those processes, single lot options of multiplex could still be explored, as well as lot consolidation options for 6 to 8 stories pursuant to TOAs and SRPs and all the other options that you might find in these locations.
So to just reflect back what I'm hearing is we can anticipate that some of these RT zones will be seeing that come back to council in somewhat of the near future, so that there can be added density and the opportunity for some more of the multiplex model of housing in these zones.
And it's certainly on our work plan to look at all of that. I don't want to speak too specifically yet on the outputs of some of that work plan, but that's certainly being explored both through TOA and the village's work as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Meisner again?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks again. So I was wondering, you said there was approximately 1,100 lots in RT7 and RT9, correct? Okay. Do you have a sense of what percentage would be considered character homes, roughly?
I had that here. So in RT7s, the total heritage buildings are 71. So those are designated heritage sites, either class A, B, and C, maybe not designated, but on the register. And then of the other parcels, so there's a 1,128 lots, and 665 are pre-1940. So roughly 60%.
Okay, that's helpful. So just to circle back to the number, 71 are designated on the Heritage Register, right?
Those are not necessarily on the register, but maybe not designated. I have to double check in terms of how many are designated.
Okay, but that's out of the 1,100 lots in both zones.
Correct. I think only 7 might have an HRA from my, 7 have an HRA, heritage, and then 71 are on the register.
Okay, and just to clarify, character homes are defined as built before 1940, is that correct? Yeah, okay, thank you.
That's all, Councillor Meisner?
Yeah, that's it for me.
Great, thank you. Okay, thanks. That's all the questions from council, so appreciate that to the staff team. And this is my second call for speakers. Any additional speakers who have not registered can call toll-free 1-833-353-8610. The participant code is 1061445#. Before close of the speakers list, the phone number is available on X as well as on the live stream. And any speakers that are physically present can come forward before the close of the speakers list. Speakers have 5 minutes to make your comments. Please keep them on the merits of the report being considered specifically tonight. And we will now hear from speakers and start with our first registered speaker, who is Peter Dowdy, who is here in person. Oh, no, sorry, is on. You are now in person.
Actually signed up for phone, but I came in.
I see that. You have 5 minutes when you're ready. Please go ahead.
Hi, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Peter Dowdy, and I'm a member of the Vancouver Area Neighbours Association. And I'm here to speak in favor of this proposal with commentary. This proposal is to amend a number of RT zones to essentially conform with the standards that have been created in the R11 zone. The RT zone in West Kitsilano that is well serviced by bus, that is probably going to have a subway running under it, given that this council approved the Jericho Lands policy proposal, is going to be 1 FSR. That does not seem adequate. The RT zone in Kitts Point is neighboring Sanok, which is so much larger that it causes 1 FSR to seem truly pitiful in comparison. And then the proposal for RT5 is even more problematic because there isn't one. It's a low density carve out along Commercial Drive next to an area that the city plan considers to be downtown that is not going to be upzoned at all. Staff argue that these changes will bring this into compliance with Bill 44, but I disagree. And I don't think that it's a correct reading of Bill 44 that there is no implication about what the expected floor area ratio should be. Other municipalities have interpreted this differently. In Burnaby, staff have produced a proposal that interprets Bill 44 as allowing 1.8 FSR. And that seems clear from the reading to me as well. At 60% lot coverage and 3 stories, the math adds up to 1.8 FSR. The setback rules are also different. And given that without density bonusing, a multiplex isn't allowed to have any more buildable square footage than a duplex, it also seems like this proposal violates Bill 44's requirement that density bonusing not be used to prevent viable housing. It's exceedingly unlikely that anyone will build a multiplex in exactly the same form factor as a house, except in very unusual circumstances, because otherwise they would have to tear down a perfectly good and probably more attractive house to do so. I understand that council must pass this bill because council must bring our zoning into compliance with Bill 44. But this seems like it's an exercise in just explaining why we don't actually have to put forward a multiplex proposal that will lead to a lot of housing. Edmonton has multiplexes. Calgary has multiplexes. Halifax is getting multiplexes, and all of these proposals are more ambitious than ours. So that's disappointing. And the truth is that over the course of this term, most of the housing that's been built has been driven by measures passed by last council, the Broadway plan and the expansion to the secured rental policy. And that's not an insult. It takes time to make big changes in housing policy. So what we're really looking for is what this council's Broadway plan or secured rental policy expansion will be to continue to drive housing construction through the rest of this council and into the next. And it really doesn't look like the multiplex motion is going to be that. So I really hope that there's more and that this will be revisited. I know the first multiplex just got building approval a couple days ago. But even though 5 months is actually pretty fast for Vancouver, 180 applications is not very much given the volume of housing that we need. So we need a bigger proposal than this. So I urge you to vote for this because you have to vote for this. But I really hope that this isn't the end of the road for what could be a major driver of housing all over Vancouver if it were allowed to be. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Peter. Appreciate your comments and you coming in person tonight. You don't have any questions. Speaker number 2 is Catherine Reichert. Hi, Catherine. Please begin when you're ready.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to talk tonight. I'm speaking again from ARCS, which is Arbutus Ridge, Kerrisdale, and Shaughnessy. And we support increased density in our neighborhoods, but we cannot support this amendments to restricted zones based on the city report, which says, quote, limit the public's opportunity to engage on changes happening within their community. And what I also saw tonight was no neighborhood notification for permit applications. I would like to state that the city says in our ARCS document, residents should have more and timelier input into decision-making about changes in their community. And it also says combined action by the city and the community is the key to making the vision, in other words, neighborhood planning, happen. I ask you, why would the city say they value public input and now say they want to limit public input? This really is saying the city no longer values our public input and its citizens. Let me tell you a true story. A rental house project was being proposed at 4750 Granville Street. The project management team discussed their plan with ARCS during the early stages of design. At the open house, a very upset woman, let's call her Barb, came to us explaining how this project would shade her home and garden. Barb had lived in her house for many years and raised her family there. She was retired now and spent her days in the garden and would enjoy an afternoon coffee in her backyard in the sun. Barb and her husband enjoyed eating outside in the spring, fall, and summer. With this new project, her heirloom tomatoes would not grow. She would not be able to enjoy the coffee in the sun, and evenings dining outside with her extended family and friends would be shaded and cold. ARCS let the management team and architect know of this neighbor's concern. As a result of this, the architect and his team were invited by Barb to have coffee in her backyard in the afternoon and see her garden. After the coffee date, the architect and his team came to understand the impact of their project on Barb. They changed the design of the project to help create less shading. This is a fine example of how public input can be a positive means of helping a project fit into the neighborhood. Public input did not stop or slow down the density. Another well-known example happened in 1976 when residents stopped the freeway from going through the middle of our city and along our waterfront. Without public input, our city council at the time would have built a freeway, and that would have ruined the beauty and livability we enjoy today. City administrators understand the services and techniques of planning and work very hard. However, they cannot thoroughly understand specific neighborhoods. It is the residents who have the knowledge about their neighborhoods and provide input that can maintain the characteristics that define their community, making Vancouver an interesting city of neighborhoods. Neighborhoods are not a one-size-fits-all. Please make changes to the amendments documents number 4 and 5 on today's agenda by removing the clause regarding limiting public opportunity to provide input. Bill 44 only recommends that SSMUH projects not be subject to advisory design plans, panels, or planning commissions. It is a recommendation, not legislation, and does not include general public input. ARCS cannot support the amendments documents until changes are made to include the public input. Today, the importance of inclusion is so important. Let us create a livable city together. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Catherine. I don't see any questions. I think you've expressed yourself very clearly. Thank you. Appreciate it. Speaker 3 has withdrawn. Speaker 4 is Owen Brady, who should be in person. There you are. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Kirby-Young and Council. My name is Owen Brady, and I guess I'll say I support these amendments. I've been at this a little longer than Peter, so I might be a little more cynical. I apologize. I don't think these are good amendments. An apartment building is proposed to be torn down in Kitts Point. These amendments would not allow it to be replaced. We're not even regaining the ground we lost 50 years ago. City leadership is publicly stating that we are fully in support of the provincial mandates, but here where the rubber meets the road, we're doing less than the guidelines say. There is nowhere in the city of Vancouver that apartments are an appropriate land use. The minimums from the province are intended to be applicable from Chilliwack to Prince Rupert. This is the core of the largest metro in Western Canada. I also don't understand why 6 years into the 4-year Vancouver plan process, we're considering amendments that don't reflect the values of the Vancouver plan. I'm hearing these are parts of this is just part of more changes that are coming. Vancouver has not met the targets from the 2017 housing strategy in any year since the plan started. I think in 2016 maybe they were met. Something's broken, something's not working, and we just can't keep doing small changes that don't really deliver significant housing supply. And just one last point. I mean, using infrastructure and public funds well, we get a lot into this discussion about not wanting to pay for infrastructure upgrades, but we're building sewers up the mountainsides in West Van. We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars to send drinking water south of the Fraser. So if we want to use public funds well overall, we should be building more in Vancouver. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time and speaking to council tonight. I don't see any questions. Thank you again. Speaker 5 is Peter Waldkirk. I should say.
There, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead, Peter.
Great, thank you. I'm here to register my absence of either support or opposition to this proposal. On the web form, I listed my position as other because I can't say that I support multiplexes in these zones. Now look, allowing multiplexes is better than not allowing multiplexes, but here's the bottom line. It is embarrassing that the city excluded these areas from the city's multiplex policy in the first place. It's embarrassing that now you're only acting because the province is forcing you to act. And it's embarrassing that this is still only proposing to do the absolute bare minimum. And hey, arguably, this isn't even doing the bare minimum. Your planners are still proposing to limit these multiplexes to much, much smaller than those the province recommends. So the fact that we're here shows a profound failure of leadership across the city, including at this council table right now. I do not have confidence that this council or the planning department takes the housing crisis seriously, and this proposal is absolutely a part of that. Look at Kitts Point, one of the zones we're discussing tonight. Here we are, the city is getting dragged, kicking and screaming to allow 1.0 FSR multiplexes there. Meanwhile, a 3-minute walk away, the Squamish Nation is building the Knock. Downtown, and hundreds of thousands of jobs are right across the bridge downtown on the Broadway corridor. The Knock shows what housing demand in that area actually looks like. And the contrast between what the city allows there and what the Squamish Nation is doing is a perfect demonstration of why we're in a housing crisis. Now, the planning department says we can't even bring the city's multiplexes up to the provincial standards because of utility risk. Well, the Squamish Nation seems to have figured that out. They seem to know something that eludes our planning department, so I suggest you send our planners to the Squamish Nation so they can learn the secret mysteries of things like how to get homes built and why homes are good. Because apparently, that is beyond the city of Vancouver. And that's what this proposal, which is absolutely the bare minimum, demonstrates. Thank you, and those are my comments.
Thank you, Peter. We will move on to Speaker 6, Piotr Klakowicz. And do we have Peter on the phone?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, and I understand that you are representing a group, and so I just need to confirm that you have the other individuals with you, if they can also identify themselves.
Yes, so I'm Piotr Klakowicz, a family physician, and so thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the acting mayor and council. I have with me my wife Alejandra, and I don't have the neighbors here with me, but I have their signatures and their addresses and names.
Okay, you do need to have the individuals present with you, so if you don't, pardon me? So, yes, I know. So if you don't have the individuals with you, then you will have 5 minutes to speak tonight as an individual.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah,
I'm going to start your time. I'm going to start your timer now if you'd like to begin.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, so dear acting mayor and council, thank you again. So I'm here with my wife Alejandra, and as well as we're parents of 3 teenagers, and we both have aging parents, and it places us directly at the intersection of the city's housing availability crisis. As we are homeowners since 2014 of a home that was built over 100 years ago, and it was renovated in the 1960s, and it's a non-character home in the RT10 zone. The RT10 zone is located within 400 meters of high-frequency bus routes around Kingsway and King Edward and Fraser and Clark and Knight Streets. Yet, as highlighted by Councillor Dominato and Templar, the RT10 guideline continues to stifle development potential, mostly because of the grossly low FSR. So I just want to share that over the past decade, 10 years, we've had personal struggle with this zoning limitations that has involved numerous proposals to the city, interactions with multiple staff and city planners, as well as over $50,000 in architectural and design fees to try to build a multi-generational and essentially a multiplex before it was passed by the city or by the province. And so what I want to say is that the current RT10 zoning significantly curtails development potential. And even though, as Templar mentioned, that it's not technically restrictive, I would say it does not align with the provincial aspirations of multiplexes, mainly because of the low FSR. And just to kind of give you specifics, so currently within the RT10, a new development would have a maximum FSR of 60% on a standard lot, that's the 33-foot lot, and on a wider lot, a maximum of 80% for a new development. That would be a 50-foot lot or lots that would be consolidated. So I guess we're here tonight to let the council know that we need comprehensive zoning changes for all RT10, not just RT7 and RT9. And so we must broaden the possibilities of having these multiplexes to citizens living in all these areas, not merely large developers that can consolidate lots in RT10, for example. And we've explored all sorts of different options of how we can make housing work for our family and families like us. So what I would say is that from as Templar mentioned tonight, and as he mentioned in correspondence with me, it is that council can provide future direction to staff if they feel that those changes are appropriate, such as updating the RT10. So, in conclusion, what I would like to say is that we support the amendments for the RT7 and RT9, and I think it's commendable work and by the city staff, and I think they should be swiftly applied. But moreover, I think that other RT zones, including RT10, should also benefit from these proposed changes. So I thank you for your attention and your good work, and I'm available to answer any questions or provide any further details. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to speak to council, and we don't have any questions. Thank you for your comments. Okay, speaker 7 is Daniel Oleksiak, who is in person, theoretically. But I don't think I'm seeing Daniel. Nope. Going once, going twice for Daniel right now? Nope. Okay, we'll move on to speaker number 8, which is Bobo Irick.
Hello.
Hi, thanks. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. It's nice to be back in council. Hello, councillors. My name is Bobo Irick. I'm a member of the Vancouver Area Neighbours Association, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I, like every current resident of Vancouver, and indeed every resident of Greater Vancouver, am made worse off by the city's consistent lack of ambition when it comes to providing enough housing. When signing up to speak today, I was very torn in selecting an option. I was concerned that if I selected the opposed option, my opposition would be attributed to as if an opposition to change, as opposed to being opposed to not enough change, which is in fact where I find myself today. In the end, I thought it was more important to be true to myself and admit that I think this proposal doesn't go far enough, and so I'm opposed to the change, even though I recognize that it has to be passed because it is part of, we need to obey the law. I made this complaint during the multiplex hearing in September, and I'll make it again. The city's multiplex plan is designed to provide housing options, but not to significantly address the housing shortage in the city. Virtually every development that we see, whether that's by right or any of the one that requires the rezoning, is built to the maximum FSR limit because Vancouver has a floor space shortage. We see 3 and 5 plexes as part of the multiplex proposals because the number of homes, if you maximize the number of homes, you do not have enough floor space for the buyers who actually want those type of homes. And this exact same mistake is being remade for the RT7 and RT9 zones. The staff report writes that to manage the impact of multiplexes, and I quote here, density above 1.0 FSR poses an increased utility risk and would require a longer conditional review process with less certainty and potentially costing utility upgrades. Larger buildings could push projects to underground parking and more building code complexity and related costs. And so staff recommended 1.0 FSR. I thought it was very thoughtful of staff to save the applicants all of this extra work that they are applying to do. The city has an affordability crisis that's brought on by a lack of housing. And under your direction, staff should be looking at the rules and processes and obstacles to more housing and trying to reduce those rather than saying it would be too lengthy and complicated for an applicant to go through them. And so the staff recommend that they don't even allow them to try. This is exactly the point. It should not be that complicated. On this point, we have also seen multiplexes displace low-rise rental apartments in SRP areas precisely because the development process for a multiplex is simpler, and so we end up with less housing in the city in multiplexes than we would have had through the secured rental program. The notion that exceeding 1.0 FSR in the RT9 areas in Kitts Point, because that is a utility risk, is truly laughable when you look at Senac, which is just across the street. I want to register my profound displeasure at another piece of housing policy that at best does nothing to address the housing shortage and at worst actually results in fewer homes because the policy outcompetes other housing types that should be built there. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Bobo. Appreciate the comments. You don't have any questions? Speaker 9, Kenny Savarese, who is here in person. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll be pretty quick. In general, I do support the motion, but as others have said, I do think it could have gone further. Recently was walking through Kitts with Abundant Housing Vancouver and noticed that something that occurred to me is when I'm walking through the neighborhood, I actually got some photos from Google Street View where you cannot tell the difference between a single family neighborhood and the Kitts neighborhood just 1 block away with apartments. And so I don't see any reason why we cannot keep the same character and look and feel the neighborhood by adding even more density than just having multiplexes. So I think, as those have said, we can handle that. We already have it in Kitsilano, and we should definitely go further to address the housing crisis that we have today by again expanding beyond multiplexes and into apartment buildings, which the neighborhood can absolutely handle. That's all. Thanks.
Great. Thanks very much, Kenny. Appreciate your comments. No questions tonight. And speaker number 10 is Elizabeth Murphy. By phone.
Hello.
Hi, Elizabeth. You have 5 minutes when you're ready. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I am speaking for the Vancouver Character House Network. We oppose this proposal without any advanced public consultation process or even redline zoning bylaws for review. The existing Kitsilano RT7 and RT9 zones were originally created specifically for these areas that mostly contain character houses converted to multiple suites and infill with many units as rentals. New zoning will eliminate the incentives for retention, removes design guidelines, and will displace many renters in older affordable suites. Adding additional density by introducing new multiplexes should not and need not come at the expense of our heritage and character houses and streetscapes. We have a petition on change.org calling to take immediate action to remove from zoning and building code bylaws any bias favoring demolition and new construction over retention that is now over 10,000, and the Vancouver Vanishes Facebook is over 14,000 likes and followers. Clearly, the public wants to see policies that encourage heritage and character house retention and adaptive reuse as a central part of policy and planning for growth for a sustainable, livable, and affordable city. Currently, RT7 has disincentives for demolition, incentives for character retention, retention options of multiple units with infill and design guidelines, all of which have been entirely removed by this rezoning. This proposal is somewhat better than R11 in that both RT7 and RT9 are allowed the same FSR for retention and new construction for multiplexes as 1.0. However, the only incentive for retention of existing buildings that have any is to have CAC fees waived for 3 units and more. But this is inadequate on its own, and more incentives are necessary, especially for 2 units or with a secondary suite where there is no incentive for retention at all. RT7 should at minimum have some incentives for character house retention options with 2 units or a house with a secondary suite, raised from 0.60 FSR to 0.75 FSR, like the RT8 allows. Also, additional retention incentives could be to add a rental laneway house rather than only strata infill. The reason this would be good for retention is that laneway house doesn't require the main house to be brought up to code, whereas a strata infill does require full code upgrades to the character house. With proper planning, there could be increased number of units with more usable space for families while also retaining the historic character of the area. However, if you're going to go ahead with the rezoning of RT7 and RT9, at least, at minimum, add more incentives for retention such as a laneway house and more FSR for 2 units or a secondary suite in RT7 of up to 0.75 FSR. Bill 44 requires up to 6 units per lot for lots as small as about 3,000 square feet, which is about a 33 by 92 foot without a lane, as long as it is near bus route with frequent service. This rezoning goes beyond that to apply to all of these zones. The map has changed from what was in the original presentation previously. City of Vancouver staff admit this is not actually feasible given the small amount of usable space in the units, infrastructure requirements of a 12 by 12 foot allowance for an electrical transformer, and underground water tank requirements due to undersized civic utilities. Yet this minimum lot size is applied to all of Kitsilano RT7 and RT9 zones. The city recently confirmed that Vancouver already exceeds the provincial 5-year housing targets with the record number of developments currently in the pipeline. Therefore, there is no imminent pressure to rush further rezoning without a proper public consultation process, especially since the current market conditions have put many new, already approved projects on hold. Instead, Vancouver could request an extension to allow for a proper planning process that includes public consultation and an infrastructure review. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Appreciate you taking to
Thank you.
phone into council tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Good night. Clerks, do we have any other speakers on the line at this point?
We do not.
We do not. Okay, so I'll make my third and final call for speakers because that concludes our registered speaker list. If there are any speakers who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610 followed by the participant code 1061445# before close of the speakers list, which, as mentioned earlier, is available on X and in the live stream, and any speakers in public can come and identify themselves. We will now take a 5-minute recess. It's now 8:40. We'll come back at 8:45. Thank you. Clerks, can you let me know when we have quorum, please? Okay, I'm looking for 2 more councillors, either in chambers or online, to turn their cameras on, please. Okay, we have quorum now, so we will resume. Clerks confirming, do we have any further speakers online?
No further speakers online.
Okay, great. Seeing there are little or no public comments received, seeing there are no additional speakers, I should say, I'm now closing the speakers list. And I'm also closing receipt of public comments. So we've received little or none after 5 o'clock. At this point in the proceedings, do staff have closing comments?
None.
No, okay, thank you. Council questions to staff, we do have some. So I'm going to advance Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, just one follow-up question from that was raised by Elizabeth Murphy in her comments, and she stated that she felt that these changes will eliminate incentives for retention of character homes and thus displace people. Could you just respond to that statement? My understanding was that that we still do have incentives for retention, but I'd like that clarified.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question. So the penalties for character retention had to be removed to comply with the legislation, but the incentives that we're proposing to remain is that you can continue to do a character house retention infill project up to 1 FSR with no density bonusing, whereas if you're to try to do a new build construction, it would attract the density bonusing obligation. So that would be the incentive that we're continuing to able to propose under the legislation.
That is 1 FSR. And what is it if you don't retain?
If you were to demolish and new build with a multiplex, it would also be up to 1 FSR, but it would come with a density bonus obligation that could be thousands to tens or more, depending on the size of the property.
Okay, there's no density bonus obligation if you retain.
Correct.
Okay. She also talked about laneway homes that was raised, as I've already mentioned before, in a number of the letters that we received in from the public. So what is your feeling around what we're stating about laneway homes? Do you think that people are going to just stop building them, or what's the advantage or not of a laneway home?
I might lean on some staff just for extra content on this if we need it, but just to try to answer your question quickly, the multiplex options do enable both infill in the case where there is no lane or a laneway in the case where there is a lane. So there are options for both of those solutions in the RT7 and RT9 as proposed.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, you stated that before. I just want that confirmation. That's great. A statement that didn't come up by the speakers, but was in the written submissions that we got, had to do with trees and backyard trees, and we do are requiring, my understanding, 1-for-1 tree replacement. Is that true?
I believe that's the case. So there's both replacement and the opportunity for new tree as well.
Okay. Do we? We just passed this week a motion around expanding our tree canopy, in which it talked about the importance of protecting or trying to retain larger, older trees. Is there any? Will that, because we pass it by council, influence now some of the regulations that go forward?
So staff are working on a report back on our tree bylaw, which include a number of report backs associated with tree canopy and tree retention. So there will be further opportunities for council to weigh in on the preservation of trees bylaw as well. That will deal with much of that as well.
Excellent. Okay, that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Meisner, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Templar, a question for you. One of the speakers mentioned that if there was to be an apartment building in these zones, RT9, RT7, and it were to be demolished, it could not be replaced. It could only be replaced by multiplexes. Is that correct?
So if I can think of the project specifically, there's one on Kitts Point that is in the RT9 zone. That was an apartment but could only redevelop in a single family or duplex option. That option would now include multiplex, but that was, I understand, to be legal non-conforming use, a structure that existed before. So you can't do an apartment zone in, or can't do an apartment form in RT9. So that would be a correct statement, but it was a very specific statement on that particular lot, I understand.
Okay, and do you know how many units are in that building? I'm not familiar with it.
I had it on my nose because it
How
was
big it is?
an issue that I had to respond to at one point, but I can't recall the exact number. I see numbers flashed over there. That might be 8.
In terms of units or stories?
It was 2 stories, 8 units, and then it was, I think, 3 lots, and could do 3 single family or duplex. So it went down to 6, I recall.
Okay, and it was not conforming because it was done before that RT
Correct.
zoning
Yeah,
was in place?
that's right.
How long ago was that roughly?
I cannot recall off the top of my head.
Okay. From the 70s?
I heard 1972. I cannot verify that.
So approximately 8 units, correct? And could be replaced by how many units under this multiplex?
So if I recall correctly, that example was 3 lots, so you can do up to 8 units rental, 6 units strata, so you can now do more than what was currently existing at the time.
Okay, so it'd be more units.
Subject to council passing this direction, yes, that zoning would now take effect and they could do more units.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
That's all, Councillor Meisner?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Okay, that is the end of council questions. Clerk, did we receive any additional comments since the close of public comments?
No.
Okay, great. So I'd like to remind council that we would need to move the recommendation for item 4 together with the yellow memorandum that was dated June 3rd, 2024, entitled Amendments to Restricted Zones RT7, RT9, and First Shaughnessy District Schedule to comply with Bill 44, Provincial Small-Scale Multi-Unit, or otherwise known as SMA, I think, depending on your pronunciation, legislation, and council will now make its decision on the application. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Okay, council, is there any debate? Okay, Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I've circulated a proposed amendment, and it flows from the questions I was asking and some of the correspondence I
Councillor
received.
Dominato, I'm just going to move us to an amendment queue, and if you can put yourself on, be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've circulated an amendment to council, and it flows from the questions I was asking based on a number of residents who reached out regarding RT zones and the ability to do multiplexes. And while the applicability is more under our own missing middle housing framework, I think it would be helpful as we're advancing and aligning with the provincial legislation that we give some direction and put it on the record that there would be interest in expanding multiplex developments to those currently excluded RT zones. And I appreciate that staff will have to integrate that into existing work plans and would report back. And so it offers, I think, at least some flexibility to figure that out in terms of timing. But that's the proposal. And I think many heard the caller who I think lives in an RT10 zone speaking about that issue. So I'll leave it there.
Happy to second that, Chair.
Okay, amendment moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Is there any debate on this, council? And Councillor Dominato, that's all?
That's it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'll ask the clerk to take us to a vote on the amendment. Okay, so of all the councillors that are present, Councillor Fry, I don't believe we recorded your vote. Councillor Fry, are you able to vote, or would you like a vote assist?
Chair, I'm just receiving a message that Councillor Fry can't get he's frozen. So I'm not sure what that means. If you,
Well,
yes, I've given it to you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. We do need to suspend the voting process since we're in the middle of the vote if we have a technical difficulty to allow all councillors as you will know from earlier this evening, the ability to vote. So I'm going to suggest that we take a 2 or 3 minute recess to get Councillor Fry back up and running and allow all councillors to vote. And so we'll just pause for a couple of minutes. Thanks.
Great. And Chair, I have let him know that we are suspending the vote for him, and he is restarting his computer now.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Councillor Fry. Yes, we can hear you in the chamber.
Okay. We're on an amendment.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. I'll just recap where we are. We had called the vote on item 4. Councillor Fry had technical difficulties, so per the procedure, we had suspended the vote to allow all councillors to vote, and now we are going to go back to that. I have recorded votes from everybody except for, it looks like everybody has voted now. Councillor Fry, do you want
For
to?
point of procedure, are we not voting on an amendment at this point? We're not voting on the main motion, are we? I thought we were voting on the amendment.
Yes, Councillor Fry, we are voting on the amendment. That is correct. That is exactly where we are. So
That's
I'm
what I
gonna
thought.
I'm gonna
Yes,
suggest, councillors, can you just
I'm
give me a
going to
minute,
abstain
please?
on the amendment because I missed the conversation.
Well, you do need to hear in a public hearing, Councillor Fry. You do need to hear all the proceedings in order to be able to vote on the item. I'll look for further guidance from the clerk, but that is typically the procedure.
Yeah, actually, so I'm just referring specifically to the amendment. So I kind of lost the feed on the amendment, not the substance of the
So what I'm gonna
public hearing.
Yeah, what I'm gonna suggest, Councillor Fry, is that we are going to cancel that vote. Sorry, I'm just dealing with the fact that Councillor Fry is just commenting that he didn't feel he had lost the thread on that amendment, and we had some technical difficulty. So I'm going to suggest that we re-trigger that vote since we had some technical issues to allow everybody to vote. And can we have, the amendment is on screen, and do you feel comfortable in voting on the amendment at this point, Councillor Fry?
Sorry, I'm going to have to change my layout to see this, read that screen. Okay, was there discussion around that?
Councillor Dominato introduced the amendment. It was seconded by Councillor Klassen, and there was no debate or discussion on council on it. We went straight to a vote.
Okay. Sure, you can reset the vote then.
Okay, thank you. So just so we can start this again and ensure everybody's voting correctly, given the technical difficulties, we are now going to be voting on the amendment put forth by Councillor Dominato, so everybody's clear for the record, seconded by Councillor Klassen, that is now on the screen. And I'm going to ask all councillors to vote, please. Okay, that has passed unanimously with all present, with Mayor Sim, Councillor Montague, and Councillor Boyle absent. Okay, so council, just to be clear where we are now, this now brings us back to the amended recommendations that were moved, seconded, amended, and they're on the floor. So is there any further discussion or debate from council? And at this point, I see, yes, there is. And Councillor Dominato, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll just keep the comments brief in light of the hour, but just to reflect, because I think there may have been some confusion around that amendment, was again that the questions from residents arose around RT10 zone and other RT zones because when we adopted our missing middle framework, we did not advance multiplex forms of housing in certain RT zones. We did with the R11 zones and RT7 and RT9, and RT10 was to follow. And so questions arose because of the provincial legislation, and people were asking, oh, we're only meeting a minimum threshold. And why can't we do multiplex forms of housing in our zones? And so the amendment we just passed is to address that. And I understand that that was part of some of the work plan anyways that staff were going to undertake. So I don't, but on the subject of the alignment of work that we're doing with respect to the provincial housing legislation, I'm going to limit my comment simply to say that I think the city of Vancouver in many ways was already ahead in with respect to advancing greater densities and multiplex housing in the city. I know some other municipalities have been struggling with the provincial legislation and for a variety of reasons that we don't need to get into this evening, but in the interest of time, but I do want to underscore and we just passed a resolution yesterday to go to UBCM is how important it is that we are advancing housing in lockstep with infrastructure investments, because that's going to be necessary. And we're hearing that across the region about how critical it is to have the sewer water infrastructure to support additional housing and density in our neighborhoods. And that is, I think, a conversation we're going to continue with the provincial government as we move forward. So I'll be supporting the report and recommendations this evening, but just to underscore the importance of infrastructure investments that are tied to housing. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to comment in general around the first of all, to thank staff for bringing this forward. And it was brought forward, I know, because of discussions that we had at the council table around the fact that the provincial government's legislation didn't include any kind of incentives or exemptions or whatever for character homes. And there was a concern, certainly I felt strongly about it, that we needed to pay attention to character homes and the zoning, RT7, RT9 in particular, that have protected character homes within the city to date. So this particular item on our public hearing agenda is to actually allow us as a city to go beyond what the province has done and to provide some incentives for the continued incentives for the retention of character homes. And that's why I'm supporting it. And so the density bonusing will get to the 1 FSR. There were some speakers who I think were incorrect in saying that it wasn't going to, or it would be less than 1 FSR, but that's what this particular application does. So it's take it to 1 FSR to retain that heritage home. So it's very interesting to me to also hear tonight about the fact that we have had quite a large uptick in terms of people interested in the increased density on lots in general. And I just want to also remind the public that came out of the Vancouver plan and very robust consultation in which people clearly expressed the desire to see an ability for them to live within any area, within any neighborhood within the city, and that those multiplex buildings are one way in which that can be enabled. So thanks to staff for all this work.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Okay, seeing no other councillors on the queue, that concludes debate on this item, and I will ask the clerk to take us to a vote on the amended recommendations. Okay, and that passes unanimously with none in opposition, and Mayor Sim, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Montague absent. Thank you, everybody. That concludes item 4. That moves us on to the final and 5th item on the docket tonight for the public hearing, which is amendments to the First Shaughnessy District Schedule and Heritage Conservation Area Official Development Plan, known as HCA ODP, to comply with Bill 44, the Provincial Small Scale Multi-Unit Housing, or SMA, regulations. I'll just note for council as a housekeeping item, it is 9:10. We are scheduled till 10 o'clock. We have 50 minutes this evening, unless council chooses to extend, and then if not, we will be using the reserve date on June 18th if we don't conclude tonight or extend tonight. Okay, for item 5, does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest in item 5? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to now read the application and the summary of correspondence received, please.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to amend the First Shaughnessy District Schedule to allow multiple dwelling, multiplex housing options in the First Shaughnessy District. These amendments are necessary to comply with Bill 44, Provincial Small-Scale Multi-Unit Housing legislation, and would not require a public hearing if this was the extent of the proposed amendments, because the amendments would be for the sole purpose of complying with Section 565.03 of the Vancouver Charter. To amend First Shaughnessy District Schedule and the Heritage Conservation Area Official Development Plan beyond the minimum requirements set out in Bill 44, Provincial Small-Scale Multi-Unit Housing legislation, the changes include allowing 6 dwelling units on all lots, subject to lot eligibility, allowing up to 8 dwelling units for secured market rental, introducing density bonus payment provisions, additional amendments to simplify zoning regulations for procedural alignment, amendments to the Heritage Conservation Area Official Development Plan to repeal the First Shaughnessy Advisory Design Panel in order to align with recommendations from the Provincial Small-Scale Multi-Unit Housing Policy Manual and support procedural alignment. These amendments are not for the sole purpose of complying with Section 565.03 of the Vancouver Charter and require a public hearing. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 13 pieces of correspondence in support, 14 pieces in opposition, and 8 pieces of correspondence regarding to other aspects related to the application. And this represents all correspondence up to 5 p.m. today.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. Okay, this is now my first call for speakers on this item. Please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number is available on the city's X and available on live stream. There will be opportunity for new speakers or missed speakers to be added at the end of the registered speakers list. And we now have staff from Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability here to present the application. And Templar, this is your reappearance. Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you. Some of this will be a bit of Groundhog's Day. I will be repeating some of the content from the last presentation, but I'll try to reduce where I can. So thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Templar Sang-Trinaistich. I'm the Director of the Rezoning Center, and these are the recommended changes coming forward to Council to align with the new Bill 44 small-scale multi-unit housing legislation. I'll reiterate again, just in terms of the purpose of the public hearing, these are for matters that go above and beyond the sole purpose of the legislation, which have triggered the legislation, or which have triggered this public hearing. And I'll be getting into a bit more details through this presentation. And these are all necessary changes for Council to consider in order to conform to Bill 44 by the prescribed date of June 30th. The recommendations before you are on the screen and include recommendations to amend the First Shaughnessy District schedules to enable multiplex dwelling, multiple conversion dwellings, and infill options in accordance with the new Vancouver Charter requirements related to, and make other related amendments on procedural improvements to align with our process improvement streams, as well as amend Schedule F of the zoning development bylaw to add density bonus rates for this location. Resolution B is also to approve amendments to the Heritage Conservation Area ODP to better align with Bill 44 requirements, as well as to repeal the terms of reference for the First Shaughnessy Advisory Design Panel and other procedural minor amendments as well. So just as a bit of context and background, we'll walk you through some of the overview and analysis that staff have done, as well as the proposed changes and next steps. So again, really quickly, just Bill 44 is from a suite of legislative changes that came forward in the fall and spring. We're talking here tonight about one particular aspect of Bill 44 being the small-scale multi-unit housing to create increased housing choices in low-density housing areas, and we must bring forward these changes for Council's considerations by the end of the month. Again, just to reiterate and just summarize for the public, missing middle or small scale housing is the provincial direction. It's very similar to what we've done in the R11 multiplex zones, enabling triplex, fourplex, multiplex types options. And in September earlier this year, Council adopted the R11 changes, and just a few moments ago adopted the RT7 and RT9 changes as well. This is also in alignment with our ongoing land use strategies and directions from Vancouver Plan, building on more housing options throughout the city. And we're certainly a housing leader in delivering both more housing supply options and increasing choice through a number of these initiatives on the screen, and I'll summarize those at the end of the presentation as well. So in terms of the requirements, again, just to recap for those who didn't hear the first presentation, the legislation requires us to identify restricted zones as defined by the legislation. And that legislation defines restricted zone as a zone that's exclusively limited to single families, houses, duplexes, or additional dwellings and second suites. So the general test to pass and meet is 3 principal dwellings or more would not be considered a restricted zone. If the land is identified as a restricted zone for lots that are less than 280 square meters or about 3,000 square feet, there's a minimum of 3 housing units required. For lots that are larger than 280 square meters, it's 4, and if those larger lots are within 400 meters of a frequent bus transit service, the minimum requirement is 6 units. There's a number of exemptions and restrictions that are summarized on the screen as well, including lands within transit-oriented areas, non-residential lands, hazardous lands, and agricultural lands, lands that are either large parcels or not connected to water and sewer, and lands protected by Heritage Conservation Act or Heritage Designation bylaws. It's important to note, just for the context here, that the Heritage Conservation Area ODP applied to First Shaughnessy is not exempt under the SMU requirements. This is a different piece of the legislation under the Vancouver Charter than the Heritage Conservation Act. So only legally designated properties with a heritage revitalization agreement registered on title are exempt. There's 7 of those in the First Shaughnessy area, for example. HRAs or otherwise, and HRAs cannot be used go forward as well to restrict or limit the number of units if that HRA wasn't registered on title before December 7th. Having said that, properties are otherwise protected under the official development plan, though not exempt. The proposals that you'll hear is that we're seeking to retain the heritage and the character dwellings and elements of those structures, but still enable the 6 units pursuant to the legislation. Furthermore, municipalities can't unreasonably restrict or prohibit the use of density to enable small-scale multi-unit housing, and we can't, under the legislation, establish a conditional density rule that would limit the number of units. And again, in both the RT7 and RT9, as well as this case, you're enabled to do the 6 units with or without the density bonusing, but if you would like more FSR, there's the density bonusing provision that's applied. Just in terms of the provincial housing manual as well, that's for the small-scale multi-unit units. Council must consider it. It presents options, suggestions, and recommendations on how one might go about implementing the legislation. We must consider those recommendations, including heights, setbacks, lot coverage, and other site standards. I will again just redirect you to the appendix, I believe it's G in this one, G or F in this report, where we have a summary comparison table of R11 district schedule, the SMU regulations and policy manual site standards, as well as what we're proposing in FSD. I will note that FSD is significantly different from other areas of the city in terms of its larger lot sizes than what you traditionally find in other RT or R1 zones. As I mentioned earlier in the last presentation, the manual does not include a prescribed FSR minimum or maximum. It does speak to it. It has lot coverage recommendations. It has height recommendations that people are applying and inferring relates to a minimum or a maximum FSR. But the manual does get into a description about how and when you could consider an FSR And it does actually specifically say for larger lots, such as those in First Shaughnessy District, that an FSR limit or a lower FSR limit might be appropriate in terms of managing larger buildings and structures on these properties as well. The other part, just relative to the recommendations and for Shaughnessy District, is the policy manual does encourage municipalities to consider whether or not advisory design panels or planning commissions are necessary and appropriate in order to ensure and expedite consistent approval processes. So having considered that, staff are putting forward a recommendation here. This is for council's consideration and one of the purposes and topics of the public hearing tonight. And as I mentioned, if you'd like to see more in terms of the comparison, it's confirmed, it's Appendix F in this report. So again, I won't spend a lot of time on this one just because it is a repeat slide from the last presentation, but the definition of restricted zone, as mentioned, are those that were limited to single family and duplexes with or without second suites or additional dwelling units. We've done that comprehensive assessment in terms of what those other zones currently enable, and given our very tight timelines on how to advance this on the prescribed timeline from the province, we did have to limit our conformity exercise to these restricted zones that were identified as RT7, RT9, the two CD1s, and the First Shaughnessy District, which don't provide enough or sufficient housing options. This slide is a summary slide or just a graphic to show you the location of First Shaughnessy District in the purple or pink kind of color there with hatching. The hatching represents the lands that are within 400 meters of a frequent bus stop. You can see on the stats about 94% of First Shaughnessy District is within 400 meters of a frequent bus stop. About 6% of the lots are within a transit-oriented area, reflected in the purple arc at the top. There's a number of properties there, about 20 of them, that are included within the 2A. And I just want to mention as well that existing FSD regulations include provisions to incentivize the protection of heritage properties, including allowing higher densities up to 0.45 FSR where there's 3 units or more, compared to the current provisions where there's a lower FSR for non-protected properties, which can build single-family dwellings. There is also supportive zoning policy for this location where you can actually provide social housing and rental housing along the arterial streets as well. We'll be getting into more details on the following slides about our proposed changes and also where there's some differences between some of the other zones you've seen earlier tonight. So just in terms of the provincial requirements in meeting the deadline, this was, I mentioned, largely a conformity exercise that involves complying with the regulations and the legislation while maintaining protected heritage properties. Staff are not proposing other housing options as part of this report back, primarily to meet that deadline requirement. And in addition to the small-scale housing options, we're also proposing to simplify regulations beyond what's required by the provincial legislation, which is the nature of the public hearing on the next slide. So just in summary, our proposed approach here is to enable up to 6 ownership lots or strata lots, strata units on a single lot, and up to 8 for protected heritage properties or rental, therefore allowing additional incentives for heritage protection as well. The new construction or conversion options will apply as well here, as well as maintaining current options for the protected property conversion and infill. So a protected property under the heritage ODP, there's about 130 or 320 of those. They are only infill conversion option, only no demolition, no new build. But we are providing the opportunity to deliver the same number of units or more units on those protected properties. We're allowing for a density bonusing requirement for new construction to achieve those similar densities as protected properties. So whereas the protected properties would get a 0.45 FSR, the new construction with density bonusing would be up to 0.5 FSR from the base density of 0.25 plus 132 square meters. Again, also with this Bill 44 legislation, there's no there's a restriction on no off-street minimum parking requirements, thus enabling the applicant or builder to propose sufficient parking to meet their demands in their building. summary on the slide here are just the changes that we're proposing that have triggered the public hearing. So including 6 units on all lots, regardless of proximity to public transit, to the 400-meter arc of the public transit and bus stations or bus stops, up to 8 units for secured rental, the optional density bonusing provisions again for the new construction, as well as removing neighbor notification for permit applications. So this is alignment with R11. So whereas you would see a site sign and neighbor notification under a current permit, this would be no notification requirement consistent with R11 and consistent with what Council just dealt with in RT 7 and 9. We're also looking to modernize some of the structure of the district schedule, as well as put forward some recommended changes to help manage some of the larger lots as well. I will just say on staff's recommendation on the latter for the repeal of the terms of reference for Shaughnessy, we have done an assessment on this, and it's basically, as I mentioned, being drawn as a recommendation or a suggestion from the policy manual from the province. It generally aligns with past direction we've seen in terms of reducing regulatory complexity by removing a design panel or advisory panel commentary. Having said that, we've done a search on our assessment, and over the panel meets every 3 weeks, but 61% of those panel meetings have been canceled over the past 10 years, either as a result of lack of permits or quorum issues as well, with being able to make a decision on applications as they come forward. So having said that, the FSC design guidelines are continuing to remain as proposed by staff, which provide robust framework to review all development applications, which staff will continue to use going forward as well, which is also what FSADP does rely on and refer to as well. I'll just note here that there's been some questions in the public about why we aren't proposing to go over 0.5 FSR for multiplex. So FSD is a very different location in terms of lot size. The average lot size for Shaughnessy District is over 18,000 square feet. At 0.5 FSR for a new build construction, for example, that's over 9,000 square feet of permitted FSR through the density bonusing provisions, which is, if you have 6 units, over 1,500 square feet per unit. These would be large enough to support families and certainly significant in size. Some other quick statistics that we've looked at as well is for First Shaughnessy. We have done financial testing on this for the new build construction option, and further testing would be required if we were to try to pursue more height and density beyond 0.5. I'll note just quick sale histories as well. Since July 2023, there was 9 sales within First Shaughnessy. The average sale price for the lots was $9.5 million. There's 33 active listings as of a few weeks ago or a week or two ago. The average list price right now is $12.1 million as well. Allowing more than 1 or more than 0.5 FSR doesn't necessarily equate to more units. It certainly could equate to bigger units. So if you just add more FSR without exploring other forms of housing, you're going to get larger units, more expensive units, rather than more units per se. The other part that's been a contribution to this is the tree canopy loss concerns. So First Shaughnessy is one of the highest tree canopy coverage points for the city. It's nearly 30%. And there are further considerations around tree retention and tree protection should the FSR be beyond that. The last bit is, or last 2 bits are the Heritage Conservation Area Design Guidelines. An ODP would need to be significantly revised if an FSR were to go beyond 0.5, as a larger permitted density would complicate the orientation of buildings, trees, and making it harder to preserve the intent of the ODP and the guidelines as well. Higher densities can have significant impact on utilities like sewer and water systems, and Shaughnessy's older infrastructure exacerbates groundwater concerns, and there's a higher risk of encountering groundwater during excavation as well. So if staff were directed to explore more opportunities here, this would certainly have to be a further study, which was, again, part of the reason to help achieve and meet these timelines for the province, which is why we're recommending not going beyond 0.5 FSR in order to meet these deadlines. Just a quick overview of the proposed, of the timelines. As I mentioned, the legislation came in December with the manuals as well. Staff started our process in January with an information report to Council in April. We've held those information sessions, as I mentioned, as well as this referral report. We've issued letters to the first Kitsilano and the first Shaughnessy area resident groups and FSADP to make sure they were aware of the reports coming forward, and issued public notice of this public hearing and sent letters to any in-stream applications as well leading up to the public hearing. If council were to adopt the recommendations provided by staff, we would bring forward bylaws for enactment on or around June 25th, 26th, effective date being June 30th, in which new applications can be submitted. Just as a quick summary, again, this is just a similar slide that you would have seen from the other. And so in R11 on the left, there's 65,000 lots. And as I mentioned, within about 5 or 6 months of being able to intake applications on here, we've received 180 applications with over 700 units, representing over 60% of the active permit applications up to the end of March. If we were to take a similar assessment in terms of what we could expect here based on those parameters, we're getting about 4 applications a year in FSD. And if we were to take that same rate, we'd expect 1 to 2 multiplex applications per year. So again, not suggesting we would receive a significant volume of applications, but certainly opportunities to expand housing options in this location. At the start of the presentation, I just highlighted some other active housing projects and initiatives underway. And small-scale multi-unit housing is part of that larger program to deliver more housing supply, increase housing options, and speed up the permitting and approval process. Vancouver Plan implementation includes a number of really great opportunities for expanding housing options, including standardizing our apartment zones and pre-zoning other locations where there are sufficient infrastructure, amenities, and planning that have been undertaken. The advancement of the Rupert Renfrew and station area planning, which will be coming forward to council in the next year. Additional area-wide policy planning and zoning for both Broadway plan and secured rental policy, implementing our TOA legislation coming forward at the end of the month, as well as our Housing Vancouver and 3-year action plan coming at the end of this month, all in support of ongoing permit project improvement and 3331 approval framework. So lastly, just in summary, the proposed changes today have been brought forward in order to give effect to Bill 44, largely as a conformity exercise to meet the deadline. The changes include standardization where possible to minimize regulatory complexity, and we're also still proposing to continue heritage consideration while enabling more units. In alignment with Bill 44 and 47, as I mentioned, local governments are prohibited from establishing on-site parking minimums for residential uses, and these changes will be coming forward as part of a report back on June 26th relating to the parking bylaw, which will include both conformity with Bill 44 and 47. So as I mentioned before, if council were to adopt these recommendations, we'd bring forward bylaws for enactment and approve design guideline changes later in June. Staff training and rollout with applicants would start thereafter, and we'd continue to plan our report back on both the R11 and now the other expanded RT zones and prioritize that work as part of our ongoing work plan. That's the end of our presentation, and welcome any questions from council.
Thank you very much for going through that very efficiently and very thoroughly. Appreciate it. There are questions from council now, so this is council's opportunity to ask those, and I'm going to advance Councillor Carr. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Chair, actually, if I could just start by proposing that we extend our meeting tonight to finish this item.
Okay, so we have a proposal to extend to complete the business. Is there anybody that would like to second that?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Joe. There is an opportunity if council would like to debate or comment on that. I had Councillor Carr and Councillor Miser on previously. Councillor Bly, are you on to speak to the extension proposal?
Yes, I wonder, Chair, would you mind clarifying the procedure that if it is not unanimous, then it does or does not pass? It's been a while since we've had to stay past 10 o'clock, and I just wondered if you could clarify.
Yeah, I will ask the clerks to confirm. It's my understanding that we can extend with a simple majority, but I believe it requires, and ask the clerks to confirm, a 2/3 for debate and decision.
Unanimous.
Oh, it is unanimous now? Okay,
always
so
was.
in order for debate and decision. Okay, but we could, there is an option to extend to hear speakers, which would be a majority. Okay, just so council has, okay, so just thanks, Councillor Bly, for raising that point. So just so council has the options, it's 2/3 now to extend to complete speakers, and it requires unanimous vote to extend to complete debate and decision. And that procedure was put in place to now allow all councillors to vote on an item.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. So as such, I will vote to support, but I'll just not be able to stay past 10 o'clock and will forego my opportunity to vote if that is the will of this council to do that. I'd be also happy to hear from speakers and then defer debate and decision to the Tuesday evening, as you had mentioned. We have that date in reserve. So I'll just sort of indicate my the context for my vote accordingly.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bly. So just recapping for council, we have a motion that's been moved and seconded to extend to complete the business. And if nobody else would like to comment on that, Councillor Klassen, are you on the queue to comment on that? Or are you on the queue later for questions?
I know I'm on the queue to just, I predict at the rate we're going right now with speakers, any other discussion, we would be pushing well past 11 o'clock. Candidly, I'm absolutely spent today. It's been a very busy week, and I've got an early meeting in the morning, so I will not be supporting this, and would prefer to conclude the business on Tuesday. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate the comments. I'm going to
Chair.
Councillor sorry.
Yeah, just a point of.
I was just trying to conclude a point first, but go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry. What was the date? I don't have in my schedule a reserve on Tuesday the 18th. What is the date you're talking
The
about?
reserve date is on Tuesday, June 18th at 3 p.m.
Oh, interesting. It's not in my schedule.
Okay, I just want to note for council that if we can try to be efficient with this decision, it will be helpful. I'm just going to provide a comment that if council votes to, if this is defeated and council goes to the reserve date, I will not be present necessarily on Tuesday because I think I have a number of commitments. But at this point, unless people want to comment further and there's anybody on the queue, checking in with Councillor Carr, Councillor Klassen on this, we have a vote on the floor and a motion currently.
I always like to be accommodating wherever I can, and so I'd like to just see how we do. If we can, I'm thinking at 10:30, you're probably going to. I'm going to really fade, but
Councillor Klassen, we have to be specific. We have right now we have a motion on the floor that we have to deal with, and that is to extend unless somebody wants to withdraw that motion and propose a different one. But I'm just going to note that I am more optimistic than you, and I feel we could probably get it done by 10:30. I don't anticipate it being 11, but
then I will support. Thanks very much.
But that's a judgment call at this point. But unless somebody wants to withdraw and propose a different motion, we have a motion that I'd like to deal with now on the floor, which is to vote to extend to complete the business, including debate and decision.
Yes.
And if there are no further questions, I'm going to ask the clerk to trigger a vote on that one so we can be clear. It's been moved and seconded. Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Okay, that. Chair, can I get a vote assist, please?
Yes, of course.
Abstain.
Okay, can we mark Councillor Bly as abstaining? So that has passed with Councillor Fry in opposition, which means that we will not be extending to complete debate and decision, which now leaves us with either carrying on and then we will automatically continue at 10 o'clock, or if we will automatically stop, I should say, at 10 o'clock, unless anybody wants to put a separate motion forward at this point.
Chair, I'd like to put a motion forward to...
Councillor Fry, can you hold on for a second? I'm just going to go through the queue, and I'm just going to clear the queues to make sure I do people in order. Councillor Carr, you're on the queue, but not for motion.
I was on for questions as well, so you
Okay, so I'm going to advance you. Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
I'd like to put forward a motion to hear the registered speakers and then reconvene for debate and decision on the reserved date, Tuesday.
Okay, would anybody like to second that motion? Okay, seconded. Any other comments on that? If not, we'll go to a vote on that one.
Chair, could I get a vote abstain, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bly. Okay. So now, Council, we have that passes with 8 in favor and 1 in opposition, which I believe meets our 2/3 threshold to continue to hear speakers. So that was the Councillor Joe in opposition. And so we will continue with hearing speakers. And I'll just remind Council that you have the ability to watch the tape at a later time if you'd like to do that. As long as we have enough councillors, we will carry on with speakers at this point. Okay. Is that clear? Okay, so now we're going to go back. If anybody would like to put themselves on the queue, if there are any questions from council to staff at this point. Okay, Councillor Meisner, you're up.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Templar, again. Clearly, you guys are very busy. On the Shaughnessy report, you mentioned, I heard you mention staff are not proposing other housing options due to the need to meet the provincial deadline. So my question is, what other possibilities do you see in for Shaughnessy, potentially, if we didn't have to worry about the deadline further down the road?
Thanks, dramatic pause, give me time to think. Right now, that really wasn't part of the scope and work plan. We haven't scoped anything out for further opportunities for Shaughnessy. Right now, I think we'd be guided by existing work plans as well, including villages and transit-oriented areas. But if there were other directions that council would like to see, we'd certainly take that back.
Okay, good to know. And then my other question was around FSR. So would it be possible or feasible to set a limit or a floor for the number of units beyond 6 to 8? So let's say keep the FSR the same, but allow for more units. And that would that result in smaller units that would potentially be more affordable? So make sure I'm understanding the concept correctly.
Good question. So right now the effort again was to conform to legislation to enable the 6 units. We're allowing up to 8 for rental and 8 on the protected properties. If you were to keep the FSR the same and increase the unit count, you would potentially see more projects with more units, which would end up being likely smaller. I would say in the example of R11, of those 180 applications, we're getting a mix of maxing out FSR in units versus proposing fewer units. So I would expect we'd see something similar in both these other zones too. So it would certainly allow for more.
Okay, I understand. So that's direction that could be given for staff to explore.
I would suggest that would be a report back as a further exploration.
In order to meet the deadline.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks, Templar.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, just one question, Templar, when you gave your verbal description of what's in front of us on the table, you said that it's up to 6 ownership units or up to 8. And verbally you said for protected heritage property or rental, but then later on one of the slides, it just said protected heritage property. So I'm wondering if rental is, if it's all rental, is allowed 8 units or not?
Yeah, good question. So on the new build construction, for example, you can do 6 strata units or 8 rental. And in the protected property area, it would be the 8 option would be in either tenure.
In either tenure, also unprotected.
On protected properties.
Okay, that's clarifying for me. Thank you. That's my only question.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle, you have joined the public hearing.
Yes, and just for the record, joined just at the very end of the last item and having not been able to hear the speakers in conversation, didn't vote on the last item, but have been present since this item began.
Thank you.
And thank you, staff, for the presentation. I'm wondering if you can just speak, I know we've heard a bit of this, but to the expected uptake on under these proposed changes. Do we expect that we will see many multiplexes in these areas based on what's being proposed?
Thanks for the question. And during the presentation, I tried to allude to just active applications right now. So in First Shaughnessy, we get about 4 per year. Those are largely single-family homes being proposed. We do get some multiple conversion dwellings and infills on the protected properties as well. So we don't necessarily see a significant change in the volume. And if you take the same statistic or average of what we're seeing in R11, you might see 1 or 2 multiplexes in First Shaughnessy a year. Again, it's going to be subject to owner or applicant interest as well.
Okay, do we expect any of those to be rental? Is staff's analysis that rental would pencil out based on the FSR being allowed and the property size and value that we see across Shaughnessy?
Also good question. And so we did look at some of this as well. And in the case of R11, I think we've got 1 or 2 rental applications. The vast majority of them are for strata. So what we could expect here, I would suggest, would be something similar, strata opportunities in either a multiplex or an infill type situation. There's certainly opportunity for rental. There would be no density bonusing provision associated with it, so you could do the 8 rental without the density bonusing.
Okay. I'm also curious, and if you don't have these numbers in front of you, Fair, I'm happy to hear back later as well, but if you could give us a sense of how the population has changed in this neighborhood over the last, say, 3 decades, 5 decades, as we've seen quite a bit of growth in other parts of the city.
I would say it's changed. I just do not have the demographics in front of me to be able to answer that question right now.
Okay, I'm happy to come back on the list and ask it, I guess it might be Tuesday, if you're able to pull those. My last question is about built form. Recognizing that there are quite a number of large properties in the area, can you speak to the sort of future possibilities of building up rather than out on these properties so that we retain some of the green space and so that the sewer impact is lower if we protect more of that natural ability to absorb rainwater?
I think that would certainly be part of a scope of work to report back on with council. That would be a significant undertaking to ensure we do it in a thoughtful way that both is mindful of heritage preservation, if that were one of the scopes and directions, as well as tree preservation and canopy retention. It would have to look at other things like distribution of land uses, heights and density opportunities, impacts on infrastructure. So there's a number of things that would be at play there that I just wouldn't want to speculate at the moment as to what it could look like, but certainly something that staff could report back on if that were the direction.
Okay, totally fair. It's 9:50 at night, so I will leave it there. Thanks, staff. Thanks, Sarah.
Great, thanks, Councillor Boyle. Okay, that concludes questions from council. Thanks, staff, for the presentation. I'm now making my second call for speakers. And again, if there's any speakers who wish to call in for this item, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on the city's X and available on the live stream. And any speakers in the chamber can come forward before the close of the speakers list. A reminder that speakers have 5 minutes to make your comments. Please limit them to the merits of the report being considered. And we will now hear from the public. Our first speaker on this item is Peter Dowdy, who is here in person and back again. Peter, go ahead when you're ready. Thanks.
Hello again, I'm Peter Dowdy, and as Councillor Boyle has pointed out, it is 9:50 at night, so I will abbreviate my remarks. You can probably guess most of my argument already. I just want to point out that Shaughnessy has a heritage of affordable multifamily housing, and when council banned boarding houses throughout the city in the 80s, that was one of the contributing factors to our current homelessness crisis. So I urge council to think big and think dense. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Speaker number 2 is Catherine Reichart.
Three times lucky.
Hi, Catherine. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for allowing me the chance to speak. And I want to thank Templar for his great presentation, and it was very thorough and well presented. My name is Catherine Reichert, and I am the chair of the First Shaughnessy Advisory Design Panel. And what I'm going to read today is a letter that is from the whole panel. And the panel is made up of volunteers. We have architects, we have landscape architects, we have a heritage representative, we have a real estate representative, and some residents. The First Shaughnessy Advisory Design Panel is composed of volunteers who work in collaboration with the city to help protect heritage design and guidelines so that the heritage can be valued and maintained in First Shaughnessy. The FSADP does not oppose density. In fact, we have encouraged suites, multiplex, and infills. Members of the FSADP offer experience and knowledge of design guidelines, which can often reduce friction between the architect and the city planners and help expedite a project's approval. Bill 44 only recommends that SSMUH projects not be subject to review by advisory design panels or planning commissions, and it is a recommendation but not a legislation. The First Shaughnessy Official Development Plan and Guidelines has been in place since 1982, creating an area with an important inheritance from the past that provides a valuable role in the history of Vancouver. The FSADP provides long-term protection of important community heritage resources for the city and its tourists. The First Shaughnessy city planners involved with the FSADP are not permanent and go through a rotating basis, making the institutional knowledge and experience of the members of the FSADP vital for the understanding and implementation of the First Shaughnessy guidelines. The FSADP members oppose termination of the First Shaughnessy Design Panel. We give input into heritage design only, and we do not restrict densification. With the new changes from Bill 44, following the heritage guidelines will be more vital than ever in ensuring that the legacy and history of the First Shaughnessy designed heritage area is not eroded through poor quality design. Save the over 100 years of history that First Shaughnessy has to offer so that heritage can still be a resource for the citizens of Vancouver by not terminating the First Shaughnessy Advisory Design Panel. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Catherine. You don't have any questions. We appreciate you speaking on this item. Speaker 3 has withdrawn. Speaker 4 is Owen Brady, who's here in person.
Good evening again, Chair Kirby-Young and Council. My name is still Owen Brady, and I suppose I will still say you might as well approve these amendments. I previously have characterized Vancouver's R1 multiplex zoning as representing at best a rounding error towards housing needs in this city. I remember asking at one of the open houses why large lots were being excluded from the policy, and I was told that multiplexes would be too big on these lots and they were saving them for bigger things in the future. But this is the future, and these amendments are not that. They are somewhat less than a rounding error. When Newton and Leibniz developed calculus, they employed the concept of an infinitesimal, a number that is positive but smaller than any real number. This concept was criticized, and it wasn't until 300 years later that the infinitesimal was put on solid theoretical foundations. Tonight, the field of urban planning has laid the foundations of its own infinitesimal, a change in zoning that is surely positive in direction, but smaller than any real change. This positive nothing does not match the city's stated priorities. First, Shaughnessy is not a remote region of the city like the River District, say, where we permit lots of apartments, including towers. Shaughnessy is 15 minutes from downtown by green transit. It is across the street from proposed 20-story towers. Keeping it as an area of declining population means that thousands of people will be commuting from Langley instead, or driving their kids to elementary school instead of walking. And people who do live in Shaughnessy will have to drive to the corner store because the population can't support the city's goal of complete communities. Our economy will inevitably be poorer and our property taxes higher because of this lack of change. To me, it actually would make sense to build point high-rise towers in First Shaughnessy. More people would be able to enjoy the heritage houses, which I think is supposed to be the reasoning for heritage retention. I don't think most people in Vancouver could tell you anything about any Shaughnessy mansion in particular. Maybe the hedges on Granville. In fact, the city should really subsidize these towers to make them taller, to make up for the affordability impact of keeping large, lightly occupied houses as the predominant land use. Now, I'm not going to hold my breath for this to happen, but there are lots of ways to preserve genuinely valuable heritage architecture without freezing the whole neighborhood. In closing, no neighborhood should be able to effectively opt out of the city's priorities or the values of the Vancouver plan, if not what the Vancouver plan's maps show, or the province's priorities, for that matter. This is wrong, and I implore you to do something about it, and I don't mean over the course of the next 30 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. That was Speaker 4. Speaker 5 is Peter Waldkirch.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So once again, I am other on this proposed bylaw because, let's be frank, multiplexes make no sense in Shaughnessy. And I bet barely any will get built. First, Shaughnessy is almost the size of the entire West End. It is well served by transit, and it is just minutes to the two largest job centers in the province, downtown and the Broadway corridor. And we know that proximity to jobs is one of the most important factors for where people want to live and where housing should be built. So if you look at these basic facts, it is clear that Shaughnessy should be an area where apartments are legal to be built. And Shaughnessy is a perfect place for this because you have large lots where you can build apartments without the need for complicated and expensive lot assemblies. Shaughnessy is not a good place for multiplexes, just as it is not a good place for legally mandated mega mansions, which of course is the status quo, even though everyone says we're in a housing crisis. It is a good place for apartments. You know, and I was really disappointed earlier at this hearing when staff refused to say when directly asked by Councillor Meisner what should happen in Shaughnessy. Because it's clear when you look at the economics and you look at the housing demand for where people want to live, it is obvious that this should be an apartment area. The hedges are not iconic. People need places to live, and the status quo of today is leading to real harm. The reason people are getting demo-evicted in East Van is because places like Shaughnessy get to build such little houses, and even the kids who grow up there need to move out to compete for housing in other parts of the city. Shaughnessy is a neighborhood where the population has declined by about 30% over the last 50 years. And think about that. Over the last 50 years, the region has about tripled, I think. And yet this neighborhood is so exclusive, so restrictive in what's allowed to be built there that the population has declined. Staff, I know, say that they're limiting plexes to about 0.5 FSR because those are large enough, but the answer to that is obvious. Allow more homes in apartment form, but that is apparently totally off the table, and I can't help but wonder why this neighborhood is so off limits for new housing even today. If you care about affordability, if you care about climate action, if you care about equity, Shaughnessy should not exist as a legally protected mansion district. It is a slap in the face to anyone who claims to believe in those values. Sadly, this multiplex plan is currently the end goal for planning in Shaughnessy. The Vancouver plan calls Shaughnessy a multiplex area, and here we are, being forced by the province to legalize multiplexes. There is nothing else on the planning horizon for here whatsoever. So when staff say they can't do more because of the provincial deadline, I find that unpersuasive. That is just a consequence of this city's complete failure to act. It's not an excuse. It's an embarrassment. Staff also said that the lack of housing action in Shaughnessy is okay because there's other things going on in the city, like the Rupert plan. Well, the Rupert station opened over 20 years ago. That's not an excuse to keep a central area like Shaughnessy reserved for mega mansions. What is wrong with planning in Vancouver? Where is the sense of urgency around the housing crisis? I think the question is, does anybody here have the courage to stand up to the powerful people that want to keep Shaughnessy an exclusive mansion district? Does anyone here care more about the housing crisis than they do coddling and protecting the status quo? You could set the direction here for a better future for Shaughnessy, one where there's creating homes that this city desperately needs. And I think that's the question of what, for you today, what you want to do. If you're going to accept this inadequate proposal, or if you're going to plot a better future for this neighborhood and for the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the comments. Now we'll move on to speaker 6, Bobo Irick.
Hello again. Hi councillors. I am still Bobo Irick. I'm still a resident of Vancouver. And in the last hour and a half, I'm still profoundly upset about the housing shortage in Vancouver. You heard some of my comments about and my frustrations with the multiplex plan. But yeah, especially with these modifications to Shaughnessy, these changes really seem designed to meet the letter of the provincial laws and not the actual spirit of providing more housing. It's beyond just providing housing choice, but actually improving the lives of people who live in Vancouver, who live in British Columbia, and who want to live in British Columbia. The housing shortage is most acute in Vancouver, and we can tell this because of the rents and costs to live here. And the way to bring that down in a market system is to have enough housing so that people with less money don't have to outcompete people with more money. It's pretty straightforward. And specifically, when we talk about Shaughnessy, I'm actually really glad to see that the large lot exemption was not applied to the 12 lots within Shaughnessy that are larger than 4,000 square meters, which for reference is more than 12 times larger than the standard 33-foot lot in Vancouver, which we're allowing 4 units of strata multiplexes or 6 units of rental. We could do the equivalent by scaling it up, but we don't. And I was glad to hear Councillor Meisner's questions about what other options could exist here. I'm just disappointed that didn't come up as part of this proposal. These lots can't even be subdivided, and the exemptions for the large lots was designed for rural areas, not urban areas that are a 15-minute walk from downtown. I appreciated hearing from staff about their concerns related to addressing more density within Shaughnessy, but none of their concerns strike me as more important as taking significant action to enable enough housing in Vancouver to address and improve affordability in the city. When I was listening to the ODP debate yesterday, I found Councillor Zhou's comments particularly relevant, that we can't live in the past, we have to live in the future. And part of that is planning for the future. And we can't do that by failing to recognize that people want to live in Vancouver. And if we don't implement land use policies that enable that, we're going to see increasing affordability challenges. Staff expected that they might see 1 multiplex application per year in the first Shaughnessy district. And that, to me, reinforces that these changes are just about complying with the law and not about resolving the housing shortage, which other speakers have made reference to. These policies that are related to a specific neighborhood single out one area and say, we are not going to allow enough housing in this part of the city. It is important that we follow the law, that's obvious, but it should be possible to follow the law and actually improve the lives of Vancouverites at the same time. And these changes do not do that. And for that, that makes me quite upset, especially when I think that staff have been working on this policy change for the last 6 months doing their due diligence. But this effort is not aimed at addressing our housing shortage. It's aimed at maybe allowing one multiplex per year in a huge part of the city. And that's a problem. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your comments. Appreciate that. Our next speaker is Speaker 7, which is Elizabeth Murphy. Do we have Elizabeth on the phone?
Hello?
Hi,
I'm
Elizabeth.
here.
Yep, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay,
Please
thank
go
you.
ahead.
Okay. I'm speaking for the Vancouver Charter House Network, and we oppose this proposal to rezone heritage and character areas within First Shaughnessy District and Heritage Conservation Area ODP without any advanced public consultation process or even redlined zoning bylaws for review. Adding additional density by introducing new multiplexes and infill should not and need not come at the expense of our heritage and character houses and streetscapes. We oppose the proposed elimination of the First Shaughnessy Advisory Design Panel. This has an important role that will increase in importance over time. Bill 44 only recommends that these projects not be subject to review by advisory design panels or planning commissions. It is a recommendation, not legislation. So the city can retain this important advisory panel for this historic area. And also to retain neighborhood notification, especially for immediate properties. The provincial bills prevent new heritage revitalization agreements, HRAs, from limiting future development, therefore preventing adding permanent protection of properties on the Vancouver Heritage Register under an HRA. Restrictions on HRAs should be reversed. This means that when zoning is changed to remove character and heritage incentives and protections, even the heritage properties listed on the Vancouver Heritage Register cannot be designated for protection to limit future development on the site under an HRA unless it was already in place on the date of the BC Bill's enactment. The province keeps saying that the Heritage Conservation Act still remains in effect, but this is only for provincially designated property, not municipal designation. There are no more tools for City of Vancouver designation of heritage properties or heritage areas. So by removing the Heritage Conservation Area ODP designation for First Shaughnessy, there will not be any more protection options for these heritage-listed but not yet protected properties. Amendments to the zoning could be made to carefully add much more density while also retaining these grand structures and adaptively reusing them for more units with infill. We have a petition on change.org, now over 10,000, and Vancouver Vanishes Facebook, over 14,000 likes. The city recently confirmed Vancouver already exceeds the provincial 5-year housing targets with a record number of developments currently in the pipeline. Therefore, there is no imminent pressure to rush further rezoning without proper public consultation process, especially since the current market conditions have put many already approved projects on hold. Instead, advise the province a June 30th deadline is not achievable, and advise them that Vancouver will need an extension to allow for a proper planning process that includes public consultation and an infrastructure review. And one clarification regarding the RT7, I acknowledge that for multiplexes of 3 units or more, there is an incentive for retention with waiving of CAC and the 1.0 FSR. However, there is no retention incentives for 2 units with a secondary suite. The request was for 0.6 FSR to be increased to 0.75 FSR for up to 2 units with retention. I wasn't talking about the multiplex. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Elizabeth. That was Speaker 7. And our final registered speaker, Speaker 8, is Emile Fretier-Gauvin.
Hi there. Good evening, councillors and everyone else. My name's Emile, and I live in Mount Pleasant. I'm not going to bother echoing our our very, verbose recurring speakers here. I think they've all made really good points. But I did want to clarify that in light of all these steps towards increasing development and densifying in these residential areas, I wanted to express my disappointment with how our current municipal government has been handling bicycle infrastructure, specifically cutting back on bike-positive projects like the Broadway bike lane, removal of the Beach Avenue bike lane, and the lack of any new significant bike path developments. I think that we need more safe, bikeable roads.
Speaker, can I ask you this? In a public hearing, we have pretty tight guidelines about focusing on the matter that is before council. So can I ask you to direct your comments specifically to the proposed Shaughnessy changes, please?
Yes, because since we're densifying these residential neighborhoods, they might not be as close to transit hubs and other dense areas like that. So I don't think it's ever been more important to improve existing infrastructure in that area. Because there's not going to be as much parking, and anyone who's biked east and west in those areas knows how narrow the roads are. So I think that if we're going forward with these types of developments, it's important to, put some focus on doing better in the future for a bike infrastructure and to get safer and quieter streets for people living there, because these are quieter neighborhoods, as people have mentioned. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate you taking the time to call in and speak to council. Okay, I'm just going to check with the clerks if we have any other speakers that have come on the line at this point.
No further speakers on the line.
Okay, thank you. So I'm now going to make my third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for the item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445# before close of the speakers list. The number, as people have heard before, is on X and on the live stream. Speakers in council chambers can come forward. We will now take a 5-minute recess to allow for any additional speakers, and we will come back at 10:19. Thank you. I'm just going to ask everybody to just quiet down a little bit in the chambers, and I'm going to ask councillors online if you can turn your video back on so we can confirm quorum. Okay, it looks like we have quorum. And apparently we do have an additional speaker online, I understand. Clerks, do we know who that is? Oh, we have a speaker in the chamber. Oh. Okay, so we're doing the chamber first? Okay, so we'll ask the speaker in the chamber to come forward. And if I can ask you to identify yourself if you're a resident of Vancouver, and then you have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Yes, I'm a resident. Lloyd Leyland is my name. I'm an architect. I've worked on many projects in First Shaughnessy. And with the design panel, I'd like to say I hope that it can be retained. It's an important part of the permit process. It gives planning, I think, a conscience and another way of looking at some of the designs. And I'm also in favor of densifying First Shaughnessy, which is an area that has wide boulevards and many opportunities for more units. I don't think that they actually will become affordable units, whatever that really is, but as far as densification, I think it should take place there. I hope planning can take some more time to discuss and work through some of the possible modeling that would be required to get a higher density in that area. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for your comments, your remarks. We appreciate it. And I believe we also have an additional speaker online. Speaker, if I can ask you to identify yourself if you're a resident of Vancouver, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Hi, is that me?
Yes, that is you. If you can state your name and...
Hi, my name is...
Be great.
Yes, my name is Jennifer, and I am a resident of Vancouver.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks. I'm not as prepared as the earlier speakers today. I've been trying to listen, but I haven't been able to listen to the whole meeting. I'm listening from home. I just wanted to express a couple of thoughts just as a resident. I live in East Kitsilano in an apartment here. I want to say that I do also, like many of the speakers, think that densifying in Shaughnessy is important, and that apartments make a lot of sense, would make a lot of sense there for many reasons. On the other hand, I also think that the heritage character of the neighborhood's really wonderful for everyone, including people who don't live there. I think just walking through the neighborhood is a gift for residents of the city, whether or not we can live there, and just the green space and the architectural heritage there is really precious. For people with kids, for example, I know I've been going there with my baby regularly, and it's just been fantastic. So I know that, balancing those is a challenge, and I hope that we can do that as a city. One thing that seems really frustrating to me is that just the sort of massive changes that we seem to be kind of looking for in every neighborhood. Like, I know that we want to densify in every neighborhood, but it feels like some of the directions that Vancouver is going with the Broadway plan and the Vancouver plan just passed yesterday is almost like asking for the most destruction possible in every neighborhood. And I say this like as a resident of an area that has low-rise apartment buildings now. And I'm seeing that, some of the speakers tonight, and maybe we're looking for like that kind of density in Shaughnessy in the future, or at least multiplexes if this goes through, and like maybe some low-rise apartments. But the ones that are already here, then like in my neighborhood now are like not enough, because my neighborhood is now going to have like 20 and 40-story towers because it's in the Broadway corridor. So I just find it really frustrating that like it seems like wherever density already is, it has to be more, and then where density like it seems like every possible building is like ripe for redevelopment and speculation, and just the most sort of just buildings in the landfill and loss of green space. And I just wish that I do think that there's ways that we could get, densify without sort of disrupting every single neighborhood, even the density that we already have. that's all my comments. I wish I could have said that more eloquently, but I just wanted to call in at the last minute and respond to what I managed to hear tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You did express yourself clearly, and we appreciate you taking the time to call in. Okay, Council, seeing there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. And seeing as there are little or no public comments received after 5 p.m., I am also now closing the receipt of public comments. Just at this point, do staff have any closing comments? Okay. And I'm just going to look for confirmation from the clerk. Normally we would go to questions for staff, but I think we extended only to hear speakers. And so therefore, we have concluded what we're doing tonight. We will we'll recess now. We will resume on Tuesday, June 18th at 3 p.m., commencing with any questions that council has for staff and for debate and decision. And so this hearing is now recessed. Thank you. Good night, everybody. And thank you, staff, for staying late. Appreciate it.